for peace or for war. And lastly, possibly a global collapse. The deterioration in the world financial situation, climate change, rising energy prices, scarcity of water, food and other resources, internal unrest, mass starvations, these can destabilize the world. The world economy, if it contracts, global trade collapses and military buildup intensifies. As a matter of fact, in 2030, they estimate there'll be 8.3 billion people on this planet. And if we continue the current rate of our consumptions, we will need resources equal to 2 Earths. And ironically, if we all in this room across the world consumed like the Americans, we would need 7 Earths to sustain. Shipping is here to stay, but will be greatly transformed, as we have seen in the past events, be it the Titanic, the Exxon Valdez, or the invention of the containers for moving goods. And I think one question that should go in our minds is civilization itself in retreat? Given what is happening today with the geopolitics, as a matter of fact, it may be a reality by 2030. And all I can say is, let's give peace and dialogue a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek Seth, for giving us a wonderful insights, the way towards the future, driving us through that, where we lie, what are the value additions which is going to come in through the digital solutions. So I keep this dais open for the Q&A session. We'll be happy to take the questions which Mr. Vivek will be able to answer. Any questions? I hope everything is well clarified. Yeah, sure.
Let me repeat my last sentence. Let's give dialogue and peace a chance. So I'm happy to hear from you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm sure everybody is shy, so I will start these questions. As you are in the private sector and representing here ADNOC, which is very well known, how do you see the private sector can intervene or affect the decisions of governments, maybe in the IMO, I would say, for the future of shipping? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think the question is, we don't have an option. And if we don't get involved from an IMO perspective, we will die a natural death. And unfortunately, if I may speak from a personal level, I see IMO is doing some great work, but as an industry, we are extremely fragmented. And especially it's these mid-sized companies, the SMEs, which need to have a bigger voice with respect to IMO, because end of the day, they have to bear the consequences what happens at the IMO level. And as an industry, I think we need to enable more for these SMEs to come up and move with times, rather than they have to respond to what's going on with the IMO regulations. And for them, it is a challenge. So yes, the bigger, larger companies are taking a very pivotal role, but I think the bigger companies should also start engaging with the smaller companies and bring them up so they become partners rather than competitors. Thank you.
My question is COVID-19 and now this Ukraine war. We have seen both of these things causing severe disruption in the shipping chain, more towards manpower. So how do you see, I mean, these are two incidents, but I think as the world becomes, like you rightly pointed out, we'll be having climate change and so many disruptions. How do you see shipping companies building up resilience and business continuity going forward?
Thank you. I think that's a very appropriate word called resilience. And personally, I can speak of, at least from ADNOC LNS perspective, during the last 2 years, we did not even have an hour of downtime because of the manpower issues. And it actually raised a even bigger question for me during COVID-19, which historically as an industry, we've not handled very well. About the seafarers, it's the mental health. And that raised a very important question about seafarers are more than just a commodity. They're humans, there are families behind them. What can we do to uplift them? So that's on the COVID-19 situation. I think we need, as an industry, to focus a lot more on mental health. Second part of your question was about being more resilient. I mean, that's a tough call to make because nobody can predict the future. Nobody can predict what's likely going to happen. But I think from an industry or a shipping company perspective, it is about being agile, understanding of potential risks, and mitigating it. And I'm sure we all maintain our risk registers and see what could be mitigation plans we could have. But if there's another black swan event, I think I'm afraid that's going to be difficult for all of us. But in hindsight, as an industry, we've done extremely well to come out of this COVID-19 and ensure the trade flows. And we transfer that 1.5 tons per person of trade goods across the globe. So, but I think what we've done is fantastic, but I still would like to re-emphasize on this platform, the mental health of the seafarers is going to be very critical.
I think the time is out. It's more than 5 minutes now. So hope no more questions. So I can call upon the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. P. Our next speaker is Mr. Jamil I. He joined KOTC on a scholarship program since 1985. He then studied marine engineering as a cadet in the UK and graduated in 1990. Jamil Ali has served on board KOTC vessels of various types, crude petroleum products and LPG carriers, working up through the ranks to the chief engineer before joining KOTC head office as a technical superintendent. He has been in various marine agency branch. May I call upon the stage Mr. Jamil Ali, Manager Projects and Marine Agency Branch Group, to give his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I'd like to shed some light on our path to net zero. Now, if we say net zero is the target by 2050, I have 20 minutes to talk about 28 years of a journey. So wish me luck on what this whole topic of greenhouse gases and climate change is all about. Now, the radiation of the sun mostly is absorbed by the Earth's surface, and it warms it up. Some of the solar rays are reflected from the Earth's surface, and then with the infrared radiation passes through the atmosphere, some is absorbed and re-emitted, and then deflected by the greenhouse gas molecules. So this is what the whole issue of climate change is all about. Now, just referring fourth IMO study of 2020, which showed that. Now, what does that mean to us? This is equivalent to almost 3% of the total CO2 emissions for 2018. Now, based on business as usual scenarios, this would represent somewhere between 90 to 130% of the 2008 level, which means by 2050, which means not much change would be expected unless we do something. So this is the call for action. And IMO actively engaged in global MARPOL, MEPC, the Marine Environmental Protection Committee, ever since 2011, came up with a package of technical measures for new ships and operational reduction measures for all ships, known as Chapter 4, which is Regulations of Energy Efficiency for Ships, comprising of two main measures: carbon intensity of ships decline through implementation of further phases of energy efficiency known as EEDI for new ships. So you have design measures and you have operational measures. When we come to operational measures, we talk about carbon intensity must reduce. CO2 to carry that ton of cargo should be reduced. As an average across our shipping, we're talking about a reduction of 40% by 2030. Pursuing efforts towards 70% by 2050, compared to the baseline of 2008. And before we can start bringing the CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions down, it is expected to peak and then decline. And this will bring us in line with the 50% reduction by 2050 compared with 2008, which is in line with the Paris Accord of limiting temperature rise by 2 degrees. The initial strategy represented the framework of further action, setting out future vision of international shipping, ambition to reduce greenhouse gases, guiding principle, including candidate short, mid, and long-term measures, possible timelines, and their impacts on states. Strategy also identifies barriers and supportive measures, including capacity building, technical operation, and research and development. Energy Efficiency Design Index, which we covered, EEDI, requires new ships to comply with minimum mandatory energy efficiency performance levels, increasing the efficiency over time through various phases. Then we also talk about SEAMP, which is Ship Energy Efficiency Plan, which established a mechanism of ship owners to improve energy efficiency, both new and existing ships, using operational measures such as weather routing, trim, draft optimization, speed optimization, just-in-time arrivals. Now, in the old days, ships used to go full speed ahead, reach their destination, and then the port is not yet ready for the ship. Ship will drop anchor and sit for a week waiting for instructions to berth. Now that doesn't make sense when we're looking at reducing emissions. With a little bit of coordination and collaboration between stakeholders, ships can be much more efficient by slow steaming or virtual arrivals, just-on-time arrivals, to arrive when the port requires the ship to be there, instead of going full speed, burning additional fuel, which means additional emissions, additional greenhouse gases, and additional detrimental effects on the environment. So what is the target? target should be, in my opinion, net zero by 2050, limiting global average temperature increase by 1.5 degrees, requires a 45% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions by 2030. According to Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, 25% reduction by 2030 will keep it to 2 degrees. Now, Paris Agreement is talking about 2 degrees, so 1.5 degrees is actually even more ambitious. Now, here in MEPC, it was MEPC 77 in the IMO. It was debated whether to set 2050 as the target. However, as expected, much resistance to setting such a stringent target was there. However, so it was agreed to maintain the status quo and defer this decision till a later time. So we are expecting maybe in 2023, next year, maybe the IMO will set such a target, which I think, even from a ship owner's perspective, I think when it comes to the environment and future generations, we should be proactive. We should not wait for regulators to impose on us. We should be part of the process and support such initiatives, especially leaders in shipping. Many of regional leaders are here today in shipping, and we believe that we should be part of that process of change. Now, what is if I had a crystal ball, would ask, what is the fuel of the future? Now, as none of us have a crystal ball, all we can do is work together. And it's one of those things where it's not a case of one size fits all, which you will see in the coming slides. Now, some of the options are ammonia, which is a good option, zero CO2 emissions, methanol, biofuels, and the biofuels could be biogas or biodiesel. Hydrogen is one of the main contenders also. LNG, methane, is now one of the most viable options, it appears, with many of the new, 50% of the new orders being for dual fuel. So LNG is still a big contender. And last but not least, nuclear. Now, if we compare ships in operation today with the ships on the order book, we're looking at today 99.5% conventional technology with either distillate marine gas oil fuel or low sulfur fuel oil, residual fuel. So very little methanol, LNG or battery as of today. However, the order book shows the future, and you can see the change where we're talking about 88% conventional fuel and many new contenders coming on the horizon, including ammonia, hydrogen, methanol, LPG, LNG, and battery power, totaling 11.8%, according to the figures from last year, 2021. Ammonia and hydrogen marine engines are going to be ready, as they tell us, by 2025, which is just around the corner, according to one of the reputable manufacturers of marine and diesel engines. Hydrogen production from LNG is under study by one of the makers investigating onboard hydrogen production from LNG. For me, carbon capture is also a very interesting option, since if there's a major breakthrough in carbon capture, then maybe the traditional technology could serve our purpose going forward. It means we are all looking for a major change. However, present technology, if we can deal with the challenges of what to do with the carbon when you capture it. They talk about cryogenics, freezing it, containing it in some type of container, putting it into the sea. That's all yet to be seen, I believe. At the moment, we could say that we're at the transitional phase, where the world's fleet is mainly powered by diesel engines running on marine fuel oil and diesel oil, or distillate fuels, with an increasing number of LNG fueled vessels in service, and coming up slowly but surely, LPG and methanol fueled vessels showing up on the order books as we saw in previous slides. First hydrogen and ammonia fueled vessels also coming out soon into operation. The viability of alternative fuels depends on ship type and trade patterns. It's like we said at the beginning, there's no one size that fits all. So ship owners, from a ship owner's perspective, depending on various factors, will dictate which path to go. Deep sea vessels also need to store large amounts of energy in order to have the sufficient range to complete long voyages. So that is also the energy density of certain fuels will dictate, how much fuel you need to cover the range required by more options, including electric and hybrid powered propulsion systems. Now, just to, because all this is very nice, but I think we should reach some type of a conclusion. So what I've put together is a conclusion looking from a ship owner's perspective. So it seems that because we cannot solve these problems single-handedly, I think it shows the importance of collaboration between stakeholders within the value chain. I believe IMO should adopt a clear trajectory to set net zero, which hopefully is coming up soon. Instead of wasting energy and effort in debating if this should be the target or not, if the target is set, then we can focus on how to get to that target, instead of to avoid the scenario which we saw from the Ballast Water Convention, where it was being ratified, then it's not, then it's delayed a couple of years, and etc. So I think it's important to have that clear vision for the future, so that we can stop debating and start moving forward and actioning what has to be done. And therefore, I think owners should proactively collect, monitor emissions data to assist in their efforts to implement reduction. If you don't measure it, you can't control it. From that principle, then monitoring is key to making the incremental reductions in emissions that we really need to do as of today. Ship owners should have a clear roadmap highlighting what measures they intend to take, can be broken up into short, medium, and long term to reach net zero as the ultimate target by 2050. In the short term, measures implemented to reduce measures like quick wins, to give quick wins, such as implementing means to improve propulsion efficiency, such as fitting energy-saving devices, vortex generators, pre-swell stators, all that good stuff, and air lubrication systems now very much under consideration by owners, as well as wind assistance. I don't think wind propulsion entirely, but maybe with the assistance of wind power. In the midterm, transition to alternative fuels available today, such as LNG, hence the shift from many owners to dual fuel to give the option. Of course, infrastructure has to catch up, refueling stations, etc., and there's a chicken and egg situation where, okay, owners want to adopt new technologies, but they have to have the infrastructure to support that change. In the long term, proactive measures in collaboration needed to adopt the new technologies, the new fuels, and the supportive infrastructure are required to reach the net zero as an ultimate target by 2050 or hopefully even before. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And if you have any questions, please fire ahead. Or otherwise, you can catch me in the afternoon, the panel discussion. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Jamil Ali, for giving us a wonderful insights on the basic concepts of the GHG and followed by the industry perspectives. And where do we stand in terms of the fuel availabilities? Certainly there is an economic feasibilities and the supply chain, which is one of the critical aspects which needs to be addressed in the long run. Thank you. Let me take you through the next presentation. That's by Mr. Karam Kaipa, Vice President, India, Middle East and Africa, Bureau Veritas. He's currently in charge of the Middle East, Turkey and Caspian Sea, Africa and Indian subcontinent operating zone as Vice President. Joined Bureau Veritas in 1996 and held several operational and management roles. Prior to his current role in the Middle East, he was the Vice President of South Asia and Pacific, based in Singapore for 4 years. He's also Executive Committee member of Marine and Offshore Operating Group with Bureau. Thank you.
Thanks, Excellencies, distinguished guests. I'll try to give you a brief update on classification activities and also a few random market data in the next 20 minutes. As you see on the screen, the title of my presentation is Shaping a Better Maritime World. In fact, this title is coming from Bureau Veritas' strategy and commitment. This is why I would like to start touching on this point very quickly before I move to my update. Line services, green-related services, and solutions for all industries. This, of course, includes maritime industry, along complying with the regulations, helping them manage their risks, and improve their performances. This strategical direction also very much relates to the next topic, which is corporate social responsibility. In the same direction, BV's another strong focus area is CSR. And we are putting intense efforts in BV to implement it. Along with these efforts, BV is becoming more recognition for us. Therefore, this ambition and direction altogether are guiding us and for the world. In fact, this quick intro is a good transition to the next chapter of my presentation on class activities, because the major part of it will be related to sustainability and with a quick update on BV classed fleet. As of today, BV has the largest number of ships in classed fleet, 11,500 vessels in almost all ship types. This is also giving us an extensive exposure on all segments of our businesses. The next one is a very quick look on global shipping fleet. The world fleet is steadily growing despite many global challenges. You see on the bottom right, the percent growth year on world new orders by GRT. As you may know, 2021 was a very strong year in new orders and big jump compared to 2020, but big jump. On your left, we see in terms of trends per ship type, we saw record level of orders in container ships, massive orders, and also very strong orders in LNG carrier segment. The other types like bulk carriers, tankers, passenger ships were slower compared to the year before. But there is an increasing activity for some time for bulk carriers, but bulk carriers with alternative fuels this time. Yes, as I said, the world fleet is growing steadily, but one of the most pressing issues is the emission compliance, as just mentioned by the previous presenters. As you know, LNG so far is the most widely used alternative fuel, but many other alternative fuels and solutions, as mentioned by Mr. Cemil just before, like ammonia, carbon capture, hydrogen, methanol, wind on those options from technological, reliability, availability, and economical aspects. It's a bit similarity with what Mr. Cemil has just presented, but this is, speaking of LNG fuel, this is where the world fleet is standing today. It is in GRT. The world fleet is about 1.5 billion GRT now. Out of this, by GRT, 4% is capable of running on LNG as fuel, but in numbers it is only 1% or less than 1%. However, it is growing faster, especially in last 2 years on new building side. As of now, new building order book is about 160 million GRT. 30% of these orders, again by GRT, with LNG as fuel. But in number of ships, it is around 10% with LNG as fuel or dual fuel, which means 1 out of 10 ships ordered with a capability of LNG as fuel. When we speak about LNG as fuel, it also reminds us LNG bunkering infrastructure. So this is just a quick and random update based on Clarkson research. You see on the right-hand side the evolution of LNG bunkering ports. On the left, LNG bunkering ports by country. For today, there are about 130 LNG bunkering locations worldwide, but it is expected to reach about 220, 230 locations by end of 2023. Therefore, there will be 90 or 100 more locations in 2 years' time. We also observe the highest number of locations on the left in China, either for actual or planned bunkering locations. As for the entire gas value chain, BV has always been very active and deeply involved, providing not only classification services, but also advisory and engineering services, from floating production units to LNG carriers, LNG bunkering vessels, FSRUs, FSUs, and also power solutions. Speaking of power solutions, by the way, gas to power, as we call it, it is also an interesting field and very much picking up in last years. The vessel on the photo, on the far right, is an FSRU converted from LNG, MOS type LNG carrier, and recently deployed in Senegal to feed a gas-fired floating power vessel. So if you are interested, I may give you more information separately during the breaks. Again, very quick look, a quick update and snapshot with some random numbers on BV's engagement in gas field. Presently, we have 48 newbuilding LNG carriers in the order book, 37% global market share for LNG bunkering vessels in service, and also around 130 dual fuel ships in BV class fleet. On the other hand, BV has recently developed 8 class notations for alternative fuels to be applied on new buildings and also in-service vessels. This is also a good transition for the next slide, because it is all about future marine fuels. I will be very quick on this because Mr. Cemil has very well presented this. This may be seen in 3 categories anyway. First, carbon-based fuels, LNG, LPG, methanol, ethanol as fuel. More developed, of course, better infrastructure, better availability. In the next category, the carbon natural fuels like biofuels or synthetic methane. And the last one is zero carbon fuels like hydrogen and ammonia. Those are several pathways to decarbonization in helping ship owners to meet IMO's ambitious targets, of course. However, each of them with some good advantages, but also with some challenges. As I said earlier, there is now heavy work on all these solutions to make them effectively and efficiently applicable. In the maritime industry, BV is, of course, one of the stakeholders, as the other esteemed class societies, on this sustainability journey and offers several services like environmental services, mostly on regulatory compliance, energy transition, energy efficiency services, carbon-related services, and also other services on the social, human, and governance fields. In a way, to achieve these services, there are, of course, enablers like developing rules, new rules, developing digital platforms, tools, and last but not least, actively participating new concept studies through partnership and collaborations. As you know, R&D, research and development, rule development is one of our core duties as class. You see on the slide some selected rules, guidelines, guidance notes recently published on sustainability and innovation fields. Just to mention a few, rules for alternative fuels, fuel cells, wind propulsion systems, and also smart ship applications, gas and renewable energy-related ones as well. Those items are, of course, among many other technical topics for rules development. In fact, this is a non-stop and permanent effort and permanent process in class societies. And development of digital tools and digital platforms are in the same way also one of our core duties as class. The one selected example on the slide, Veristar Green, is one of the online tools assisting for the calculation of EXI and CII, carbon index, and also for reporting fuel consumption data for DCS and MRV. From this point on, I'm going to share with you some selected case studies very quickly. These are, in fact, AIPs, meaning approval in principle for the development of some novel concepts. This one is an ammonia carrier, also with ammonia as fuel. On this study, the carriage of ammonia as single cargo is reviewed, along with the toxicity management of ammonia. Next one is liquefied CO2 transportation tank. As you know, and as mentioned, carbon capture is an effective way for decarbonization, and it seems that the demand on this type seems to be increasing in the near future. This one is, as you see, liquefied CO2 carrier, for which the AIP is given by BV last year. By the way, we worked with a few separate companies on a similar concept for liquefied CO2 carriers. This is a very recent one and a new conceptual study, AIP for LNG retrofit and combined with lengthening on a large container ship. And last example, 185 meters long, 1,800 TEU container ship with 8 sails. This is wind-powered container ship. This concept is to demonstrate the feasibility and efficiency of using sails on this type and size of vessel design. Along with those activities, class activities and services, we are also actively cooperating with many stakeholders in the industry on this energy transition field. Until now, I was speaking more about sustainability, energy transition, alternative fuels, so on, but digitalization is also at the center of our businesses. Now, more than ever, the maritime industry and also class services in parallel are getting digitalized even in a faster pace. 3D classification for plan approval, design review, and engineering services, condition-based maintenance survey programs, implementation of remote surveys when needed. By the way, we have 8 remote survey centers and very effectively utilized during pandemic time. Remote inspection technologies using drones, ROVs, mobile applications or digital collaborative platforms for our clients, cyber protection and smart ship applications, so on and so forth. There are many. This is the area, so we are heavily investing on, and there is still a lot to be developed in the coming period. Therefore, work will be still under progress on the digital front. Speaking of digitalization, this is another case study, and this is a BV-class unit, offshore supply vessel, retrofitted with remotely operated services at sea technology and operated successfully by a captain in Paris while the vessel was sailing around southwest coast of France. This, in fact, brings me to the final part. This final part is just for wrapping up the discussion, mainly on the challenges. It is obvious that the carbonization and this digitalization will continue to be the main challenges for our industry in the next years to come. And this will require a strong collaboration and hard work. And as we see, there is still a certain mile to go. However, as always, safety will remain as #1 priority and must be addressed properly and carefully under this given fast transforming circumstances. My final message is that let us work together and collaborate to overcome these challenges. This will be the unique way to the success. This concludes my presentation. Many thanks for your attention. I also would like to thank Shiptek organizers, Mr. Sohan Roy and his team, for this great event. Thank you.
It's time for Q&A session. Happy to take the questions, if any. Hope there's no questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful time. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, giving us an insight on the BV services, various offerings there. It really gives us an insights on where the industry and the various industry bodies are heading into, giving an alignment on what's the requirement for the future. Thank you. So now we'll be breaking for a tea session. It will be 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Sorry? 20. So it's a 20 minutes of break. So we will catch up again after a break. Thank you.
Requesting all to kindly be seated. Welcome back to Shiptek 2022. I request our respected moderator, Captain Thomas, to please join us on the dais to start the next session of paper presentations. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator.
Welcome back. Our next presenter is Mr. Ibrahim Bahari, Managing Director, Middle East and Africa. He's a marine mechanical engineer, started his career sailing as a chief engineer in Kuwait oil tanker company. Then he joined Wasila, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland as director in charge of marine solutions divisions in Middle East and Southeast Asia from 1997 to 2011. Then moved to Wasila, UAE from 2011 to 2015 as a director for Shippa Merchant Fleet. In 2015, Wasila and CSSC had a new joint venture for two-stroke diesel engine manufacturing, and new name was given the Winterthur Gas and Diesel Middle East, where he was assigned to lead as managing director, supporting the marine industry by prompting new source of fuel and helping green and eco shipping. In many conferences and seminars, he has introduced the first DF dual fuel engine in Middle East and has vast experience in new building projects, project management, and contributing in providing the shipping industry with cost-effective solution for shipping. So may I welcome Mr. Ibrahim Bahari to come up on stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are still morning. I think I would like to thank, first of all, Shiptek, of course, for arranging this event. In the meantime, I think I'm a bit lucky because my previous colleagues, Jamil Al-Ali from KUTC and Karim from DNV, I think they paved the way a lot to my presentations. Today, we'll talk about WinGD perspectives in X-Fuel. We'll talk a little bit about shipping challenges, and then who we are quickly. Then alternative fuel. When we say alternative fuel, we mean cleaner fuel. Then we'll talk about our technology, something called ICER. I would like to introduce it to you today. And then our XD innovation, talked about digitalization, my previous colleague. So WIDE is one of our innovation in digitalization. And then a little bit about after sales support and training. Then I'll end my session with Q&A. Before I start my presentation, I would like to ask ourselves a question: why we are here today? I mean, we can debate so many reasons. Is it networking? Is it searching for new opportunity? Is it the market pressure? Whatever reason we can debate today, I think we can differ, we can agree, but one thing I'm sure all of us agree is to stop pollution to our atmosphere, to stop contamination to our seawater, to stop depletion of our natural resources. I think there's no two ways about it that everybody in this room is here today for this. Climate. So what we need is to protect and preserve the marine life. We need to maintain this environment healthy and clean, not only for us, but also for the generations to come. So how can we do that? How can we contribute into this? Let me give you an idea. First of all, history here. We are a Swiss-based company, started in 1834 under a brand name called Sulzer. I think very familiar to most of you, those who sailed on ships. They know Sulzer brand very well.
1898, we have manufactured our first diesel engine. 1999, the brand name changed to New Soldier Diesel, or NSD. 1997, the Finnish group Wärtsilä has acquired that business. And recently, 2015, the Chinese state-owned group CSSC has acquired the two-stroke business from Wärtsilä and give it a new name called WinGD. This is what we are today. So WinGD might be a new name, but it's for an old company. Okay, thanks to my colleagues who also touched up on alternative fuel, which I will give you a little bit detail about each one of them. But before we talk about alternative fuel or cleaner fuel, let me tell you that whenever we consider any new fuel, we need to bear in mind some few parameters. Number one is the availability of that fuel. Number two is logistics and safe handling. And of course, the price, which has to be cost effective. So what we have today on board is three main alternative fuel. The first one is LNG, which CH4, and I meant to put the chemical symbol for it because it indicates how much carbon it contains, since we're talking about decarbonization. We have the methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. Let me start with LNG. LNG is lighter than air and water, so that's makes it very easy to detect in case of any leakages. LNG is cryogenic, so that means it has to be maintained under a very low temperature, minus 160 degrees centigrade. It's non-corrosive, non-toxic, which make it safe and easy to handle and transport. We have an issue here with LNG when we use it as fuel, something called methane slip. To me, is some kind of a myth. Maybe it has been exaggerated than the way it should be, but I will come to this in detail in the later slides. Infrastructure, I think, thanks to DNV, my colleague Karim, I think he presented the bunkering station for the LNG worldwide, so I can say LNG as bunkering today is the infrastructure is fully developed and in most of the ports worldwide. Price-wise, I think also is quite viable and okay. How much the LNG can contribute in CO2? Minus 25%, which is something considerably good. Moving to the next candidate fuel is methanol, CH3OH. It's high in hydrogen content and low in carbon. This is obviously an advantage. The liquid content here is minus 93 to plus 65. One of the challenges with methanol as fuel is the low flash point, which make it fire hazard here. Due to the density and the lower heating value of methanol, I mean, it makes it, when it comes to storage and size, it makes the size of the methanol tank as twice as that in the conventional fuel. Bunkering facility, I think, under development, not yet. I'm talking about these fuels from the marine perspectives, not the industrial side, because that's completely different here. Price-wise, at least I can say it's higher than LNG since it's produced from LNG. Contribution to CO2 by minus 10%. Third candidate fuel here is ammonia, NH3. Extracted from hydrogen and nitrogen by some kind of a chemical process. Liquid content minus 33 degrees centigrade, high toxic, high NOx. It's cost effective, widely used in the industrial scale as well as agriculture. We consider ammonia in WinGD as our candidate fuel for the future. And last year, just before the Shiptek exhibition, we have published our first press release that ammonia will be used in our engine by end of 2024, beginning of 2025. When it comes to contribution in CO2, this is an ideal fuel because it's zero carbon, carbon-free. The fourth candidate fuel is hydrogen, or H2. Can be produced from various sources like fossil fuel or biomass, but the green hydrogen is produced by water electrolysis, which of course the best. Renewable, abundant, non-toxic, ideal for fuel to be used in marine. It's low GHG emission, high energy, high efficiency. That means when we use it as fuel, we will have less specific fuel oil consumption. When it comes to contribution to carbon, it's again carbon-free. Having said that about these candidate fuel here, it's worthwhile mentioning when we talk about infrastructure, some of them are fully developed, some of them are under development. But I have to mention here, if your ship is carrying the cargo as one of those fuels, as cargo, then obviously the ideal thing to use part of this cargo as fuel. For instance, if your ship is carrying methanol as cargo, it will be ideal to use the methanol as fuel in your engine. Then our XDF technology, DF means dual fuel. I think you heard that terminology from my previous colleagues. Sorry. Okay. How we use this kind of fuel inside our combustion chamber, we follow two main cycles here. When we use the liquid fuel, we use diesel cycle or diesel technology, which is high pressure. When we use gas fuel, we use the low pressure cycle, or what we call it Otto technology. I'm very proud to say that this kind of technology in our engine has been awarded Guinness record last year. What's our future fuel technology roadmap? Today we are between -25 to -50 CO2 reduction, talking about LNG as fuel. The more we move towards e-fuel, the less CO2 we're going to have. And as I said, by end of 2024, beginning of 2025, we will reach to zero carbon by having ammonia fully utilized in our engines, XDF engine. So we're reaching to the goal even before the IMO target, which we have till 2050. Okay, having talked about different kind of future fuel, I would like to mention here that LNG still and will remain the most convenient and transitional fuel for today. And not only for today, I think for the next decade, LNG will be the most effective and transitional fuel to use. Why this? Because it is lower in CO2 and GHG, lower in NOx, and lower in particulate. The bar chart here on my right side shows two different engines using two different technology for burning the fuel inside the combustion chamber. The first one is low pressure, which is ours, Otto cycle. The second one in the middle, using high pressure. You can see the difference here, tremendous reduction in CO2 as well as NOx, and this is what we're really looking for. That's why we prefer to use Otto cycle than diesel cycle when we're using our obsession for many of us. We must admit methane slip is CH4. I mean, basically LNG is a methane. I mean, 90% of the LNG is methane. Methane is a very dangerous gas, we have to admit. It's very harmful to the it's considered to be GHG gas, so for the climate change has to be minimized as much as we can. In fact, it's more harmful than CO2. But talking about methane slip movement on the engine, unskilled crew, so many things can actually be debated here. Also, control system of the engine. But no matter what the reason is, I mean, we in WinGD, we're doing our level best to minimize this phenomena, which is methane slip, to minimum. So what we are doing here, last year, beginning of last year, we have come up with our new technology, something called ICER. And ICER stands for Intelligent Control Exhaust Recycling. The principle of ICER here is to take part of the exhaust gases leaving the engine and recirculate these gases back again to the intake of the turbochargers after some kind of cooling systems, as you can see there, and pushing it to the engine once again. The principle of doing this, part of the exhaust gas, cooling it down, using it again in the combustion chamber, is basically to slow down the combustion inside the chamber, inside the cylinder. By reducing the time for the ignition, we actually giving more time for whatever methane left over inside to burn completely. So in that case, we have been able to reduce the methane slip tremendously. When we first come up with this technology, last year, it was basically to reduce methane slip, and we used it, we called it ICER gas. It means this system only used when the engine is in the gas mode or using LNG. Then later on, we have developed this ICER to be also used during the diesel cycle, the liquid fuel. What's the purpose here? The purpose is to reduce the NOx. And in that case, you don't have to use any kind of after exhaust gases treatment like SCR. And in that case, if your vessel is trading in any ECA zone, then you are in compliance with Tier 3. Just, I mean, a few months back, we always in discussion with our business partners, shipyards in different places in the world, Korea, China, Japan, here and there. And we faced some challenges with the shipbuilders to find the space for this kind of technology. I mean, we all know, I mean, we're very restricted with the machinery spaces. So there was some kind of complaint that they need bigger space in the engine room to accommodate this kind of technology. So we have developed the ICER further, that today we have come up with a new ICER called ICER on engine. So the new ICER today is for gas, it's also for diesel, it's also on the engine, maintaining the footprint of the engine same. So there's no extra space occupied because of this kind of technology. What's the benefit of ICERs? Basically, as I said, when the engine is running on gas mode, so it's reducing the methane slip by 50%. It's also reducing the gas consumption. In case of diesel mode, burning liquid fuel, then there's no need to install this huge filter in the exhaust uptake, and again with the space restriction and confined machinery spaces, as we all know. To share some of our success for the XDF engines, I'm very proud to tell you today that we have more than 500 engines in order and in operation. I have to tell also glad smoothly without main troubles or main issues. Our pride here is the Jaxi Day, the biggest post-Panamax container owned by CMA CGM. I'm glad to tell you that I have been following the progress of this vessel during the maiden voyage from Singapore. Ship has passed the Suez Canal transit that we're really all proud of, and we received a lot of appreciation from the owner in Paris as well as the ship staff. Me personally, I was following the passage of this ship through the canal minute by minute till they got to the other end. We also proud to say that it's one of 9 sister vessels owned by CMA CGM, and we have been awarded Guinness record there for the biggest DF engine in the world. It's 64,000 kilowatt. Not only in Panamax containers, but also we are in LNG carriers, chemical carriers, product tankers, and VLCC. Our second innovation here, since innovation and technology part of decarbonization, as previous colleagues also has mentioned that, so we always make sure that we are up to date with the digitalization and controlling the engine, monitoring the engine. This is part of our work day and night, our R&D in Switzerland, doing their level best to come up with the latest technology to make this task much easier. So we have come up with something called WIDE to control and monitor the engine. WIDE means WinGD Integrated Digital Expert. We collect different signals from different places on the engine. We send them to our experts in WinGD in Winterthur through satellites. Our experts go through this kind of signals and check them against the trend, against the performance of the engine, and analyze for any kind of malfunction that can happen in the future. So it's some kind of a predictive maintenance. And we send a report to the ship staff as well as the ship management, telling them in anticipation what is the corrective action. Come to our speciality. I mean, we believe very much in sharing our knowledge with our clients. Training is one of the key issues here for energy and efficiency and efficient operation of a ship. Without having a skilled and trained crew, then I think we're looking for a big challenge here. So we're doing this through 7 global training centers distributed all over the world. We have different kind of courses, practical, academic, simulation. We can even have some kind of tailor-made courses according to the customer's need. Last but not least, when it comes also to the after-sales support, no matter how good the engine is, how reliable the engine is, without a proper after-sales support, then again, we're facing big challenge here. So we're supporting our client round the clock, whenever, wherever, through two main service providers. One of them is Wärtsilä, and the second one is ours. It belongs to our parent company, CSSC. We call it CMS. With this, I come to the end of my presentation, and welcome. If you have any question and answer, I'm ready to take them. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khalid Shahi from Adnok LNS. Regarding the fuel, today, for example, the crude oil prices reach a new peak, high peak, and hence the bunker prices also increasing up, and this also considered as a challenge for ship owners and operators. How about the alternative fuel? Do we have a forecast for their prices? Would their prices would be maintained, for example, away from the volatility of the oil and gas market?
Very good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You see, when we talk about prices of the future fuel, like candidate fuel, again, maybe I think my colleague Jamil Al-Ali has touched upon this. Price is always function on demand and supply. I will give you a simple example. When I came here 10 years ago, when I came to Dubai from Switzerland, I came basically to market for the dual fuel engines, which using the LNG as fuel. And I must admit, for the first 3-4 years, the challenge I was facing here, whenever I make any kind of conferences or exhibition or whatever, or meeting clients, yeah, okay, LNG is very good as fuel when it comes to emission and CO2 and this, but where is the infrastructure for this? And what about the price? You see, today, when the demand on LNG and the number of dual fuel engines has increased, the infrastructure automatically has been developed. And the prices that has been double 5 years ago, today normalizing to just normal price. So price of these new structures for the ammonia, for instance, hydrogen, methanol, same kind of thing. And then, my opinion, is the demand and supply. So not to worry about that. I mean, nobody will take you for granted because of this. But again, the market will decide and justify what kind of price that these fuels should. Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The question actually pertained to your very initial slide, where you showed 4 types of fuels that you could GHG fuel. On the chart itself, it seemed more advantageous for hydrogen. Any reason why the choice was made for ammonia as compared to hydrogen? Any technical pros and cons that you want to share?
Yes. There are some technical reasons when it comes to the design of the engine, designing of the part. As I said, I mean, all these fuels are very good. Candidate is ammonia, and maybe in the future we can consider hydrogen as well. Also, as our colleague here asked the question, the price of hydrogen, if we talk about green hydrogen, it's, in my opinion, so far, it's some kind of a very expensive fuel if it's produced from the water electrolysis, because again, you need to use electricity to split the atom, and then from where you're going to get enough water, okay, to extract this kind of hydrogen. So there are a lot of technical reasons, environmental reasons as well, although it's carbon-free fuel. One of the challenges also for the hydrogen, it's cryogenic gas, more than the LNG. It has to be kept under minus 250 degrees, which almost twice as the LNG. And that make it a challenge for storing the storage space on the ship, because you need very special insulation for these fuel tanks, which make it much, much bigger. So this is one of the reasons as well. I hope I answered that question. Mr. Jamil, wow. Thank you.
Times worse than CO2.
Yes.
Yeah. However, many efforts been made, and using your ISER system to bring down methane slip to about 50%.
Yes.
However, my thoughts are that in the future, when more and more ships are LNG, operating on LNG, apart from the methane slip, just, you know, bunkering, connecting and disconnecting, there's likely to be methane lost to the atmosphere, which will also have a detrimental effect other than the methane slip. So I'm not sure, has that been addressed by anybody?
Very much. Yeah. Very good question. Yes, it is indeed. It is indeed. Every methane drop anywhere, whether on the ship or the offshore, is very restricted nowadays. I mean, look at 10, 20 years ago when this LNG used to be leaked off on the ship to the atmosphere or on the oil fields itself. That's not permitted anymore. So there are a lot of rules and regulations restricting all these kind of leakages, either during bunkering operation or during exploration for the LNG. Very much right. Yes. Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Please feel free to ask. It's your time. Yusuf. You okay? Thank you. If no further question, I would like to thank you very much once again for your time. Thank you, Captain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Quite insightful. Took us a bit deep into what are the type of fuels and the process involved with the hiccups around. And thank you for all the clarifications which are given for all the questions. Thank you. Our next presenter, his name is Mr. Chris Greenwood, Director General, Business Development. He's the Director of Regional Business Development for ABS, responsible for client relationship management and business solutions development in the Middle East and Africa, based in Dubai. Previously, he served as the Principal Surveyor in charge of the ABS Aberdeen operations. Greenwood joined ABS in 2008 as part of the ABS Graduate Surveyor Program. After training rotations in Houston, Chris went on to spend 6 years in South Korea, focusing on MODU new construction projects. Chris then spent 3 years in Japan. Chris holds a bachelor's degree in marine technology from the University of Plymouth. He also received a master's degree in project management, specializing in oil and gas from the University of Liverpool. He also completed postgraduate course in strategic operation management and artificial intelligence with the
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. I'm afraid I'm not a Director General, although I kind of wish I was. Salaam alaikum. I've got to start with an apology, unfortunately. My colleague, the Vice President of ABS's Global Sustainability, was meant to come today to present, and unfortunately, due to a family emergency, I'm stepping in. So I appreciate your patience in that regard. The regulations today, primarily most of the legislation that's driving change with regards to decarbonisation is coming financing through the Poseidon Principles. We see the amplified influence of these financial institutions and the market-based pressures from charterers. And this is not to mention a more engaged general public who cry to environmental and social performance. So it's organisations like ours who are going to be obliged to address those challenges and provide organisations and providers of capital with responsible investment mechanisms. Not only are we looking at, let's say, state-level global legislation, we're also, but the various national strategy documents that you can see on the presentation screen, they're looking at things like protection of the natural environment, increased digitization, good quality employment and education for local nationals, amongst other things. And these are very much in line with the legislation that we see coming out of the IMO. And it's our obligation within this room and as a broader industry to ensure that we're addressing these just as much as we are addressing the mandatory legislation. And we are going to be successful if we can commit to and support these regional strategies and the communities within which we operate. And it's our obligation to do so. So we try and start at ABS with this slide as we attempt to provide an overview of the emerging landscape on decarbonisation and the requirements that we need to comply with. And the pressures that arise from this call to decarbonise are creating an emerging and evolutionary landscape that are not solely regulatory. So the IMO obviously continues to develop these short-term measures that we have to comply with, and global regulations that have technical as well as operational elements. These measures aim to accelerate compliance with long-term goals through the adoption of EEXI and CII, which will track actual carbon intensity, as my colleagues have discussed. And then from the 1st of January next year, EEXI will be applied in the form of this technical filter that vessels will then have to pass through. If they don't meet these requirements, they'll have to explore options to render them compliant, and in most cases this will be through engine power limitation, ultimately slowing a vessel down. Other options include retrofitting with energy efficient technology or low carbon fuels, as my friend Ibrahim has just discussed. At the same time, vessels that meet EEXI, are not out of the woods. They still have to start planning about how they will address the challenges with an increasingly stringent regulatory scheme. So CII obviously has a range of brackets from A to E, with E for 3 years or E for 1 trajectory, which all of our vessels will have to align. There's also more regional incentives coming out, like the EU emissions trading scheme, which will include shipping in 2023 and will allocate carbon credits on shipping assets and reduce the allocated allowance on an annual basis in a similar way to EEXI. And then from 2025, we have Fuel EU, which will apply the decarbonisation trajectory in the form of greenhouse gas intensity limits. And again, we can confidently expect such schemes that have originated in Europe to expand towards our direction, eastward. But the markets, as I mentioned, are also fast with initiatives as a response, and specifically on alignment with ESG strategies. Financiers with Poseidon Principles and charterers with the Sea Cargo Charter are adopting their own development with their ESG strategy. Almost 90%, as we stand at the moment, almost 90% of the global fleet are not compliant and will not be compliant with the EEXI in their current format. And that will mean that they will need to explore technological improvements in order to comply that have not yet been addressed, especially to understand the attributes, boundaries, and overall gains in individual energy-efficient technologies, possible engine power limitation, and improvement pathways. And a proactive approach will allow you as ship owners and operators to create a customized roadmap for your fleet in carbon intensity, as Jamil mentioned, CO 2008 levels. And it's effectively going to apply A being the best, E being the worst. It's a fine balancing act, and there are a lot of moving parts. It's a very dynamic discussion, and it requires consultation with the various stakeholders. Certainly lean on your class societies, obviously preferably ABS, but do lean on your class societies in terms of engagement to help you find this way forward. So there's nothing like putting things into perspective with some numbers. I hope you can see this slide, but if not, what it essentially shows is taking an example of a tanker, using 2020 DCS data, the application of 3 different fuels, HFO, dual fuel LNG, and methanol. And this you can get to 2039 in that A to C bracket. Using dual fuel LNG, you get to 2048, and with methanol, you get to 2043. With LNG, we get to 2046, and with methanol, we get to 2041. Now, rightly so, burning these fuels. It's also about vessel design. You look at energy density of methanol is 1/4 of traditional fuels, so that means you either sail 1/4 of the distance or your fuel tank is 4 times as big. That seems quite simple on paper, but in reality it's very challenging. And then again, bunkering availability, like Ibrahim mentioned. It's fine having a Tesla, but if you can't charge it, it's useless. Now, it looks like a bit of a spider's web, but this is just a quick graph to show the various influences in things like AER, EEOI, and EEDI. And as we've discussed, this emerging landscape is essentially a mosaic of global and regional regulations, market initiatives, as well as environmental benefit schemes that are going to create a framework of data sets. And all of these data sets they feed calculations that estimate compliance with these various legislation. And as Jamil rightly stated, there is no crystal ball. And there's no silver bullet solution to this challenge. Every case needs to be considered on its own, with its own merits. It's going to call for well-informed investment decisions related to decarbonisation technologies and alternative fuels that will provide the necessary carbon reduction and ensure alignment of the assets with the decarbonisation trajectories and the strategy of the organisation itself. The approach to decarbonising a fleet starts with benchmarking. First, we have to figure out where we are. Once we understand where we are, and we measure the fleets against the requirements and assess the current and projected alignment with this combined trajectory. Then we look at exploring improvement options in the form of operational optimization, including things like voyage optimization, speed reduction, just-in-time operation, weather routing, and more. air lubrication, and things like wind propulsion. Ultimately, as we saw earlier on the CII impact analysis, this is going to include an exploration of a combination of things, including the right alternative fuels and power generation technologies that are going to be applied from new construction in order to decarbonize the fleet. And this decarbonization strategy can't only be supported through implementing an active monitoring system, but it also requires a digital solution to help monitor this. As rightly stated by both Jamil and Vivek during their PowerPoints, achieving the decarbonization objectives is going to require appropriate technological solutions as well as the application of operational optimization and robust monitoring tools. And this is where the point at which the decarbonization strategy intersects with digital solutions. And we need to leverage these tools to make sure that we're enhancing our decision making. And since decarbonization is the biggest challenge that we're facing at the moment, it's right for us to make sure that we have the right tools available in order to make that happen. So we need to look at things like analytics and data platforms that are going to provide insights to inform necessary corrective actions. Automation was discussed by my colleagues to optimize operations and make the use of advanced tools and technologies. And then also designing the next generation of ships that are going to drive the collective footprint downwards and require multi-domain physics applications to explore technological options to optimize based on the particularities and application, trade, and operating profile of that fleet. So ABS has some far more intelligent people than me working in our simulation department. And we've started seeing the increasing application of simulation in order to simulate the various options available to you. So you don't have to buy a new technology, spend an awful lot of time and money investing in a technology just to find out it doesn't work. We can run simulations to prove that that's going to happen before you make that investment. And at an early stage, obviously the designer needs to select the best concept for the specific vessel, whether to use a generator and a battery or a shaft generator. And then we can create a low fidelity model with each option to run the models with a target operating profile to see how the performance in terms of fuel consumption, carbon footprint, CapEx, OpEx, etc. And then based on the simulation results, you can make a decision on how you're going to invest. Obviously, there are a range of advantages using simulation in terms of accuracy and efficiency. And with these advanced tools, models of various configurations can be built more efficiently, and component models, once verified and validated, can be readily used on other projects as well. We have a range of tools to support this, so taking it back down to the fleet level. You can see the 4 primary modules related to decarbonization. The dashboard is just the high-level overview, but you know that the new requirements are constantly evolving and new requirements are constantly emerging, and these continuously adapting legislation can be reflected in an easily adapted digital system too. Annual reporting doesn't allow sufficient time for adjustment monitoring and reporting. The energy efficiency operating in the MRV IMO DCS scheme, and it's also aligned with our electronic logbooks. So most of you will have seen a transition from physical hard copy logbooks. If you use electronic logbooks, it auto-populates this system, which takes a lot of time away from the staff and allows them to focus on their core jobs, and also addresses things like errors, audit trail, and so on. On the voyage planning and tracking, we're looking at dynamic route guidance. I think it was Vivek. Itinerary with cargo amounts, chartering requirements, and commercial KPIs. And most importantly, fuel consumption, CO2, SOx, and NOx emissions, and again, back to that EEOI target. And then on the vessel performance monitor, we're measuring performance changes over time. So let's say you've got 2 identical vessels with 2 different masters, identical operating profile, and one is consuming 20% more fuel than the other. This system will help you understand, first of all, that that is happening, and also help you understand why that's happening. And then finally, we don't want to just look at decarbonisation in terms of purely EEXI and CII, although that is very, very important at the moment. It's a roadmap. Our strategy concerns a roadmap, essentially. So it's not just simply about bringing down carbon intensity for a single vessel or a fleet, but it also looking at other key considerations in order to build that resilience into your organization and maintain that long-term commercial advantage. This road continues into things like green financing, as I mentioned, carbon accounting and ESG, and it's a continuous journey. This is not a transactional single-time activity. This is an iterative process. The legislation that is coming out of the IMO sets the legal minimum requirements that we need to comply with, but there's more that we can and we should do. Yes, there are financial and commercial challenges, but we are obliged as an industry to make the necessary changes, and doing the bare minimum is no longer enough. So ESG, we all know it's at the core of discussions in boardrooms around the world, and reimagining the possibilities and identifying solutions to the most pressing challenges that we're facing as an industry. ESG is a critical driver in shifting the conversation from how much profit to how responsibly profits are created. And ultimately, it surrounds 4 different tenets. It's the assessment, it's accountability, it's enforcement, and most importantly, it's transparency. And the studies that we've conducted show that ESG improves customer loyalty, employee retention, innovation, and also the ability to secure finance. So that just about concludes the presentation. One thing I would like to say is a cynic the previous presentations and reflecting on what I was about to present, which is very similar. I think it's actually encouraging that we're all talking about the same thing. We are all aligned. It's now just our job to turn that talk into action. Right? So I would welcome any comments, questions you may have. All right, I must have done such a good job explaining that there's no questions. Very good. All right, if there are, please come and find me at the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for the wonderful presentation. It was quite insightful, especially the data which we looked into certainly says that, okay, there's a long way ahead which we need to go when it comes to the design index and the operational index, where we need to step further and to do the things which we're supposed to do in much finer way. Our next presenter is Mr. Basant Konath, Director R&D, Aris Marine and Engineering. Mr. Basant started his career as a naval architect attached with ABG Shipyard in India over the past 19 years in working with Aris Group of companies, which is headquartered in the UAE. Aris Group is the largest offshore and the naval architecture consultancy company in the Middle East and has its branch office in 16 countries. Mr. Basant is the Director of the Research and Development Wings of Aris. He has accumulated experience in offshore and naval architecture fields and also specializes in implementing strategic and operational turnaround in marine offshore projects. He has worked extensively with various shipyard projects worldwide and manages the new build and retrofit projects, both as a project manager and as a consultant. May I welcome Mr. Basant Konath on the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would wish to thank the organizers of Shiptek 2022 for giving me a chance to speak at this venue. I would be discussing on the decarbonization of shipping, making sense of multiple pathways. So we are all familiar with this graph now on the global temperature rise. Thankfully, there is a collective approach, collective action from various industries to bring it down to the desired levels as per the Paris Agreement goals. So IMO has also formulated the initial Gs in the carbon dioxide emissions by 70% by 2050 and greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2050 all compared to 2008 levels. So this will be reviewed and revised in due course. So in line with the greenhouse gas strategy, IMO has short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. The short-term goals are focused at improving the efficiency of new build ships, as well as improving the efficiency of existing ships. This will be attained through operational and technical measures. In parallel, pilot projects on low carbon fuels and zero carbon fuels also will be promoted. The midterm measures will be focused on improving on the short-term measures as well as fossil-based fuels, thereby demotivating the use of fossil fuels. The long term will be focused on zero carbon fuels and fossil fuels, fossil-free fuels, promoting the use, developing the technologies, and promoting the usage in a bigger way. So now coming to the short-term measures, these are the EEXI and CII regulations. So the principle of both these regulations are the same, that is to put a cap on the carbon dioxide emissions for each ships. So, and process for the EEXI compliance would be to estimate the required EEXI and attained EEXI. Attained EEXI should be less than the required EEXI. And the non-compliant vessels has to go for corrective actions, and the corrective actions would be some sort of power limitation or adoption of energy efficiency technologies. Coming to the CII compliance, the procedure is almost similar, but I would wish to point out here that unlike the EEXI, which is a one-time compliance procedure, CII is a compliance procedure that has to be followed by vessels throughout its lifetime. Calculated using the voyage data of previous year, and according to the carbon emitted, ships are rated A, B, C, D, and E. And ships has to be within A, B, or C for compliant. Non-compliant ships again go for vessels are non-compliant with the rules. That is because the rules are designed that way. It is the intention. The intention is to put a chunk of vessels in the non-compliance zone and promote the corrective measures, promote the use of energy efficiency technologies. So if you can see this graph, which is a non-compliance, percentage of non-compliance plotted against the deadweight for various standard vessels. You could see that the tanker and bulker market would be non-compliant by 20 to 25%. Ships like container ships and turbine-operated LNG carriers, that would default by 30 to 40%. So when we go with optimizing the EEXI, these are the variables with which we could optimize the EEXI. The engine power could be lowered. The specific fuel oil consumption could be optimized by bed tests. The dead weight could be increased to the Scanling draft levels. You could go for the fuel, low carbon fuels or zero carbon fuels. There are umpteen number of ways to optimize the speed. But normally the major problem that is faced is that many of the vessels do not have a approved speed power curve or a optimized speed power curve. In that case, the owners could go for either a CFD analysis or sea trials or model tests or some sort of statistical method for which guidelines are available with IMO. The optimization of carbon intensity indicator, these are the variables, the annual CO2 emissions, dead weight, and annual distance traveled. So CII is also optimized by technical methods as well as operational methods. So there are a host of energy efficiency technologies available, ranging from the alternate fuels like LNGs, methanols, the wind harvesting technologies. There are a lot of technologies to improve the speed, lower the resistance, and operational aspects, operational methods like performance monitoring system and voyage planning. So when you go for the regulatory compliance, the solution, you have to take it in a holistic way, considering the EEXI and CAI both into consideration. And the solution would be either a power limitation or an energy efficiency technology adoption, or a combination of both. So when we go into implementing the the power limitations and energy efficiency technologies, the power limitation is the easiest way to comply with the EEXI. But when you go with implementing this power limitation, you could face bigger challenges. Engine power limitation always comes with a speed loss. So if you look at the container sector and the LNG carrier turbine sector, the engine power limitations could go as high as 60 to 75%, and loss of power could go as high as 6 to 7 knots. In the tanker bulker sector, the EPL would be in the range of 30 to 45%, and the corresponding speed loss can go up to 2 knots. So this is the point where the problem turns from technical to an operational point of view. So you will need to assess the loss of the speed and see whether the vessel will be able to perform its operational and business goals. So, so when we go with defining the decarbonization pathway, in addition to the technical points of EEXI and CII, you also have to consider the operational feasibility, considering the speed reduction due to EPL, impact on the business as usual, the CapEx, OpEx, and ROI of various energy efficiency technologies. So this will call for a detailed feasibility study. When you go for feasibility study, the first step would be the technical feasibility study, where you do the EEXI, CII, EPLs, and EET analysis. There are a host of energy efficiency technologies available that gives you various range of efficiencies. The alternate fuels that will give you 20% efficiencies or more. And there are other lot of technologies that give you efficiencies from 0.5% to 15%. So the next point, next aspect to be considered is a commercial feasibility. So you will have various options with high capex, mid capex, and low capex solutions. So whatever technology you select, the capex need to be verified against the return of investments. The third aspect is the operational aspect. The operational feasibility is again related to the power limitations and the speed loss. So when you have the speed loss and the power limitations, the speed loss has to be studied against the impact on business as usual. So how the vessel performs with the reduced speed and how it is going to perform its operational and business goals, that also need to be studied along. So the bottom line is that the technical solution that is selected, that should complement the operational goals of the vessel. So the above are the aspects that need to be considered while selecting the right retrofit for your vessel. And these technical, operational, and commercial aspects need to be checked. Again, the retrofits need to be scheduled in such a way that your vessel always remains within C, B, or A rating of the CII. So I would wish to touch on a couple of technologies as well here, which seems to be highly potential in the future. They are the biofuels and carbon capture technology. Biofuel is considered a zero-emission fuel. The logic is that the carbon dioxide emitted while burning the fuel, that is the fuel that is absorbed by the biomass during its growth. So there is no net emission to the atmosphere. Again, on the carbon capture, a percentage of emissions that is captured and stored within the vessel itself. So there is no net emission of that percentage. So these two technologies are very promising, but the current EEXI and CII regulations, they don't have the provision to account this into the equation. So, but IMO is in the process of developing rules for that. So we wait for the rules. So as a concluding remark, I would wish to point out that there are multiple number of technologies that is available to negotiate your EEXI and CII. But the technical, operational, and commercial studies need to be done before taking a decision. So this is where a consultant like Ares Marine could play a part in the process by helping the owners in doing the feasibility studies, in making the documentation, in sharing the technological know-hows, coordinating with the class, the regulatory authorities, and most importantly, the original equipment manufacturers, and take a right decision for the owner. So the bottom line is that we need to decarbonize our ships. We need to comply with the regulations. We need to follow the process. But whatever process you follow, it should be an informed decision that you should be making at the end of the day. Thank you.
It's open for the Q&A session. Any questions for Mr. Basant? Yeah.
Yeah, the question is, you mentioned that the technical measures adopted by the shipping industry need to complement the operational goals. We can see that adopting many short-term measures could severely restrict the vessel operational goals. What do you think the way ahead?
Yeah, there are many technologies available. So it is a combination of technologies that you should be looking at. So the technologies right now available, they are some sort of limited in number to an extent. There are a lot of technologies in the evolution, like the zero carbon fuels and biofuels, for which rules are expected by MEPC 80. So right now, even if you don't have that solution, it is you can play a waiting game as well, because rules are in the evolution. So, for example, the biofuels, it's a very potential technology. It can directly give you the savings. So there are rules in the development, and if you can wait till MEPC 80, there will be more options available to us in front.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon. Just want to know regarding the corrective actions you've mentioned, are they commercially viable for a vessel, say 15 to 20 years old? What kind of impact would it be?
Might not be. It need to be looked at with respect to the capex. As I mentioned, there are high capex, mid capex, and low capex investments. which gives you a range of savings. So that is where the technical feasibility and commercial feasibility comes into picture. A combination of different technologies, the technical and commercial feasibility that has to be worked out. So you have to see in front of your, in a paper and document. So once you work out that component, you will take a decision in that.
Thank you.
I actually have a question. I've been hearing all the presentations this whole morning. And of course, sir, you're most welcome to answer. But in this drive towards energy efficiency and environmental protection, will economic growth
will help in the economic growth, decarbonization. For example, the technologies with hydrogen, technologies with ammonia, technologies with in the industry.
Hope there's no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Basant, for covering more on the technical aspects of sessions. This is the last one, last session for this time. And I'm calling Mr. Chris Peters. He's the CEO of TriStar. Chris Peters joined TriStar in 2016 following the acquisition of eShips. He joined eShips as a CFO in 2009 and then as a CEO. Before joining eShips, Chris had a 20-year career in international banking, predominantly working in shipping, offshore, and oil services. Chris has a BSc in financial.
Okay, it's still before lunch, so good morning. I'm the last speaker. I'm what's preventing you getting to your lunch. So if you don't laugh at my jokes, I will talk for 1 hour on decarbonisation. If you work with me, how 9 months to 1 year can make a difference. This conference last year was supposed to be in January when I originally put the presentation together, and then it was moved to June. I had to rewrite the entire presentation for June. The markets in January were still thoroughly depressed and terrible. By the time we got to June, the dry bulk market in particular had moved up by 50%, admittedly from a very low level. By now, the market has doubled again, and with the exception of around Chinese New Year in the dry bulk market, then that has pretty much stayed the same. When we had the Chinese New Year dip, and they have been at 4 times the level. The container market, I'm not a specialist on. Again, it shows the supply chain, it's a cartoon I like. It shows the supply chain difficulties that were had predominantly in the container market. What happened in the markets in dry bulk was unusual. You actually saw the smaller sizes pick up. The handy sizes, the Supramaxes, the Ultramaxes were actually earning more than the Cape sizes. So the geared tonnage was actually outperforming the non-geared tonnage. And this is where, oh, it's disappeared. What's happened there? There seems to be a technical problem. Okay. I'll move to the markets. That's supposed to be a picture of the markets going up. Okay. I'll continue anyway. So as I was saying, with the markets moving up, it's been positive. But this is the dry bulk market. Many of us here as well are in tankers. This is a market which hasn't really moved. In 2020, there was a short-term increase. That was really an adjustment to the coronavirus, which I'm not sure I've heard mentioned hardly at all today. But that was just overproduction that was being taken out of the market, and it went into tankers for storage. And once that had been realigned, the tanker market's pretty much crashed, and they've been there. Now, we've had some exceptions in the last 10 days, which maybe we'll talk about in a bit, where we've seen certain routes go to over $200,000 a day in tankers. That is only one-off items. The majority of the tanker market is still thoroughly depressed. Okay, we can't see, but this is a slide I put up last year, and it's about population growth. It's showing the population growing from 1990, 5.3 billion people, up to 9.7 predicted in 2050 and 11.2 billion in 2100, which is supposed to be the levelling off peak. At these levels, therefore, for all shipping markets, there is a positive long-term outlook. There will be issues that intervene where we have short-term downfalls, and there will be spikes that we've seen in the dry bulk markets. However, overall, I think that the markets are positive. Shortly after the conference last year in June, the dry bulk market, as I mentioned, doubled. This hasn't been seen for pretty much all of our careers, as far as I remember. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, we had rates in the high 20s into the low 30s. I don't think we saw rates that it was market manipulation. Now for some negatives. With the tanker market, as I've mentioned, this has been on a down spiral since Q3 2020. We need to look at the underlying market fundamentals and what's going to happen with this market. For the time being, we have we now have a high oil price, which I'll come back to, but for me, as a bunker user, that is a negative, not a positive. We've seen, I just checked before coming on stage, the Fujairah bunker price right now is $940 per tonne. The LNG price in Rotterdam is 2,364 for the equivalent bunkers, whereas in Houston it's 398. So the Rotterdam price is 5 times the price of Houston, $1 plus per tonne. Up over the weekend and realised that being planted to gold would be an improvement for tonne mile of the world, and to understand what the longer term implications are. But I do know that there are many things. We don't know what's going to change Euro news. Understanding is that global, but again, it could be an improvement for tankers. From relief. But what's happening in season, people want to get on aeroplanes, go and see family and friends that they haven't seen for more than 2 years. I believe that this is going to create an increase in demand for product, which will push the tanker markets back to a sensible level. I don't think it's going to outperform the dry bulk markets and go to ridiculous levels, but I do believe that there is a positive outlook just from an increase in demand. Flexibility in the market, depot will order because they're filled up with container ships and dry bulk. A scrap price, which may take out tankers that are approaching the 20 years of age bracket, because a tanker today at scrap is worth twice what it was 2 years ago. Scrap price is approaching 700 versus 350 2 years ago, and you're seeing a lack of orders in the product market. So I think that there is, again, a positive outlook for the tanker market on top of the current positives in the dry bulk. Okay, I think we've heard a lot about regulation and what's happening, so I'll try and come with a different slant on this. This came from 2018, this slide, or this cartoon. Now, for once, I feel the shipping industry has actually been proactive. I think we're actually ahead of the curve for once. Normally, we wait for regulation, then implement. Nowadays, I think that in this particular topic of decarbonisation, that the shipping industry, the owners, the regulators, everyone is looking at it and moving forward first. Last year, I put up slides about the Sea Cargo Charter, Poseidon Principles, IMO 2030-50, so I'm not going to do that, and it's already be repeating what other people have said. The challenge for owners today, as I see it, is what do we order? If you're an owner today, it's looking at what ship engine. So everyone's talking about the technology that is there. So again, I'm only going to talk from a personal perspective here. I would like to see a raise of hands for everybody who would be willing to get on an aeroplane that had its wings filled with ammonia. I'm glad you all didn't put your hand up, otherwise that would have ruined the rest of this. So, if we're not willing to get on an aeroplane filled with ammonia, Would we put it on a cruise ship with hundreds, if not thousands, of passengers? No. So again, for me, when I look at ammonia, I agree for decarbonisation, it is a zero carbon product, but it's poison. So why should we put it on a ship for 20, 25, 30 crew? As you look at what we're doing. Methanol, hydrogen, yes, good alternatives, but the same as ammonia, and I think it's been mentioned by other people, the supply chain doesn't exist yet. Even with LNG, there's not one single LNG bunker barge in the Middle East. I know that many people are talking about it, and there is the potential. I believe that there will be one here before 2030, if not a lot sooner. But the infrastructure needs to be in place. We can't put alternative fuel on ships or have the ships with the engines if we haven't got the supply chain and the logistics chain. LNG only reduces carbon by 20%, as we've been told, maybe 25%. But again, I'm hearing many people talking about LNG not as a transition fuel, but as a fuel in transition. Last week, I was on a Marine Money New York conference by video link, and there was one of the engineers from Wärtsilä on there, and he gave permission to everybody who was on the video conference to basically repeat what he was saying. So I listened to it, and he came up with the supply, and he came up with the 4 A's, and he said, it's abundance, availability, affordability, and assignment. The first 3 make complete sense. We understand abundance, availability, and affordability. What did he mean by assignment? And he talked about black, blue, and green. LNG, as it is today, is it's a hydrocarbon product. It does reduce by 20%, but it's still a black product. If you mix it with green LNG, then you can have blue LNG, and it reduces it further. And this is where it needs to go as a fuel in transition, as opposed to a transition fuel. You then look to green LNG, which is produced in the world today, but not in sufficient quantities. Synthetic LNG can be produced, but again, it's just not produced in quantities. So there is something that needs to be done with all of these fuels, and I think, as everyone else has said earlier, that no one solution is the final solution, but we do need to look at what logistics supply chain will actually be there. And again, one of the speeches said, if you're transporting the particular fuel, then maybe ammonia can be used for ammonia transporter, a tanker that actually does ammonia. But should it be used for a fuel, for a bulk carrier or something else? I want to I apologise for this slide. It's the first time that you'll see me put a slide like this up. But I just come back to carbon trading. Affinity have allowed me to put this up as long as I highlight their addresses, which you can get. We've talked about the regulations coming in, but if you look at what's happening in Europe already, this is not law yet, and it's not a regulation. My belief is that this will become a law or a tax. If you look at the Panamax on there, there's $6,500 a day of carbon that would be required in credit, which if they make it a tax, if you're earning $25,000 a day, then maybe you can afford to pay that. If you look at an MR tanker that's earning $12,000 a day, can you afford to pay $7,000 of that in carbon tax? So I think it means that we need to look at not only new engine technology, but everyone's talking about the ABCDE rated ships. Again, I'd put out there, most people with the older ships, what are they looking to do to reduce their carbon footprint? They're going to reduce the power and slow the ships down. Now, I'm not an engineer, but I'll say all of the engineers know if you were to slow a ship down by 50%, which technically you can't, you would need twice as many ships. So if you slow a ship down by 10%, you need 10% more ships. So by definition, reducing the speed of a ship doesn't actually reduce the carbon footprint globally. It only reduces the carbon footprint of the individual ship. It doesn't actually assist in what the world's trying to achieve. So I would just say that all the advances that we're making as an industry, I think need to be continued. We do need to look at all the new technologies, and we do need to end up with a new fleet of ships that are run on alternative fuels, and we need to find the best way of getting there, and we need to improve the logistics chain that's out there in the market. So with that, I would like to say thank you, and I would just hope that, on conclusion, the markets are generally good, the world population is growing, there is a positive outlook, and I just hope that the Ukrainian crisis is resolved quickly so that everything I've said above still holds true and doesn't fall apart. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you for that lovely presentation. My question is about the European ETS and the MBM, the market-based measures that could IMO follow or apply. I wanted to know what is going to impact on the market, if possible.
Yeah, I think the world will follow. I mean, the European Trading Scheme, I mean, again, Affinity, who allowed me to put that slide up, I think they produce a weekly carbon report, which they would circulate to everyone for free, so you can contact them. And I think that, yeah, it will be a carbon tax, because I think if you look at the older vessels that are going to be slowed down, continue to burn more bunkers than their newer rivals, then the European Union will just put a tax on those ships. I mean, it's definitely going to go that way. I can't see any alternative. It hasn't happened yet, but again, you look at a lot of European companies, IKEA, and some of the Americans, Walmart, they're already demanding a lower carbon footprint for their own vessels or for their own cargo. So I think that the European Union will lead this and they'll just tax.
Thank you for the presentation, Chris. My question is, if I understand you well, so now with all these changes in the fuel consumption technology, et cetera, with the tax that might be imposed also in the next year or so, whatever the time is, so do you see that this is going to be a structural change to the industry of shipping?
Yes, I think it is. I think this is even bigger than single hull to double hull. I think it's ballast water treatment was nothing compared to this. I think this is the biggest change we're going to see. I think that the industry is already moving. We saw from one of the previous presenters around 10/20, 2021. And right now I wouldn't know what to order on new buildings. I think it's probably, and a lot of owners are probably not ordering as well. You're seeing container ships and whatever being ordered, but in the conventional markets, the order book is actually quite low. It's at record lows in terms of growth, because people are probably stuck on what to purchase.
Thank you.
You can have lunch now.
Thank you, Chris, for the wonderful presentation. I believe that the organizers have sequenced it so well that we have been talking all about energy efficiency from the whole day, and we end up with, or sign off with, a market outlook. So it gives a better perspective on where we stand now. So with this session, let me thank you all for giving me this opportunity to moderate these sessions. I'll sign off and hand over to.
It was indeed intriguing presentations. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen? Well, lack of energy. Come on, guys. They were very good presentations. And Mr. O.P. Malik, owner of 5 Oceans Ship Repairs, one of the most experienced personality in the maritime industry, on stage to present our token of appreciation certificates to our speakers and moderators. A round of applause, please, for Mr. O.P. Malik and Sir Sohan Roy. So first, I would like to invite Captain Thomas Verghese, Managing Director, Synergy Mid-East Ship Management, our moderator, to kindly accept the token of appreciation. A round of applause, please. Thank you for moderating our sessions with finesse, sir. Thank you. Next, I request Mr. Vivek Seth, Senior VP Marine Services at ADNOC LNS, to kindly come to the stage to accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, for our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Jamil Al-Ali, Manager Projects and Marine Agency Branch Group, KOTC, to kindly receive the certificate. A round of applause, please, to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Kerim Kipper, Vice President, India, ME, and Africa, Bureau Veritas, to kindly accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Now I request on stage Ms. Dr. Ibrahim Beheri, Managing Director, Middle East and Africa, WinGD, to kindly accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Chris Greenwood, Director of Regional Business Development, ABS, to kindly accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Basan Kona, Director R&D, Aries Marine and Engineering Services, to kindly accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Finally, I invite Mr. Chris Peters, Chief Executive Officer, TriStar eShips, to join us on stage to accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, I request you to kindly stay back. So please stay back. Thank you. Now it's time for a special recognition and mention of course, of our esteemed sponsors, without whose immense support this event would not have been possible. So first, I would like to welcome our gold sponsor, ADNOC Logistics and Services, Mr. Vivek Seth, onto the stage, please. There are gold sponsors. Mr. Vivek is here. Moving on, our silver sponsor, Luke Oil Marine Lubricants. I would like to invite on stage Dr. June Manoharan. Is she available? Okay. Moving on, we have our bronze sponsor, Bureau Veritas, and I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kareem Kipper. A round of applause, please. They are our bronze sponsors. Thank you for your support, sir. Next, I would like to invite American Bureau of Shipping, ABS, our bronze sponsor. We have Mr. Chris Greenwood. A round of applause, please. Thank you for your support, sir. Next, our badge and lanyard sponsor, we have Bahri. And from Bahri, we have Captain Yasser Hashim. I invite Captain Yasser to our stage, please. They are our badge and lanyard sponsor. Thank you for your support, sir. Next, we have a registration area sponsor, and it is WinGD. To collect our token of appreciation, we have Dr. Ibrahim Beheri. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. They are our registration area sponsor. Thank you for your support, sir. Dawood Al-Sayawi and Mr. Majid Al-Husni. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. They are our lunch and coffee sponsor. And yes, coming back to our gold, our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our gold sponsor. Thank you for your support, sir. On stage to receive our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, to our silver sponsor. Now, our conference session sponsors, we have first Storm Geo. And from Stormgeo, I invite Mr. Hisham Mustafa. A round of applause, please. They are our conference session sponsor. Sponsor, we have Stag Marine, and I invite on stage Captain Tanuj Balani from Stag Marine. I request you to kindly join us on stage, sir, to receive our token of appreciation. Thank you for your on stage, Dr. Joginder Singh. Thank you for your support, sir. Applause, please. They're our associate sponsor. G, a round of applause, please. Thank you for your support. Next, we have Al Nashwan, and on stage, I invite Mr. Aftab Khan and Mr. Mazahir Abbas. I invite both of you onto the stage to receive our token of appreciation. We have Dolphin Ship Management and Consultancy Private Limited India as an associate sponsor, and I invite on stage Mr. Jagan Chitti. A round of applause, please. They're our associate sponsor. Thank you, sir. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Sir Sohan Roy and Sir Malik, thank you so much for your support. So yes, I finally request you all to kindly move toward the foyer area and enjoy the lunch. We will be resuming the rest of our day by sharp 2:40. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I request you all to kindly be seated as we are starting. Hope all of you had a hearty lunch. As you can see, we are all set for our panel discussion. So without any delay, let's move on to our next session. Reeling from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, the industry needs to adopt tangible, constructive steps to enhance gender inclusivity to ensure a sustainable recovery and growth of the sector. The International Women's Day on March 8th renders the perfect juncture to pose this billion-dollar question. Are we doing enough to incorporate the diversity into the shipping sector? Women summon resilience and leadership, whatever they are and wherever they are. Our first panel discussion on women in maritime, resilience, and leadership amidst a global pandemic will stress on the theme of women leadership and explore how women leaders are shaping the maritime world amidst the greatest crisis the world has ever seen in the recent time. To moderate this session, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Ifat Mustafa. Ms. Ifat is currently working as the Executive Director at Tactics Creative Communication and the Managing Editor for Marathi News. She has more than 9 years of experience in different media fields, such as PR, publishing, event management, reporting, and TV scripting. Ms. Ifat is a contributing writer in several UAE newspapers, such as an EXCO board member. She was selected as a panelist to speak in well-reputed media forums, such as Young Arab Media Forum and PR Pressure Conference. She has a special passion for covering different fields within the maritime sector. Thank you. So, ma'am, I request you to kindly moderate this session. And
yes, no, I have already a separate mic, but this one has to be disabled. I hope you enjoy your lunch break. So let me start with introducing our panelists for today. We call on stage Her Excellency Hassa Al Malik, the Executive Advisor for Maritime Transport Affairs for the UAE Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. Please join Strategy Department for the UAE Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. Jasmine Fischter, the Managing Partner of Fischter & Co. June Manoharan, the Regional Director for MENA Region, Lok Oil Middle East. Technology Maritime Transport, Sharjah Branch. And last but not least, Dr. Michaela Muscat, the alternate. Since I have announced last week about today's session, and I have good generation and discussions about women empowerment, we are not here today to talk about such a discussion, industry or not. But before we kickstart, I would like to play a short video, a speech, a very...
Empowering women isn't just an idea or a concept. It is a necessity that requires barriers. Shipping has always been a male-dominated industry. And the same applies to many of the associated jobs, and gender equality has been recognized as one of the key platforms on which people can build a sustainable future. It is one of 17 to implement the maritime communities. Gender diverse teams are more productive than male-dominated teams, and the gender diverse having more women in the workplace is a beneficial force. Research has shown that companies with a higher percentage of women
So, I'd like to start from where His Excellency Keta Klim ends. Truth about women empowerment and women in maritime industry. Starting from the first fact, women are essential to a viable and robust future for maritime. Diversity is very important, but we need to make sure what skills women do bring to the industry. Starting from Your Excellency Hassa Al-Malik commenting on this truth.
Yeah, I believe that's true. Actually, women at a leadership...
We cannot hear you. I think maybe hold your mic, yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. Women at a leadership position, I believe that they can manage their work in a better way. Emotion regarding doing things, but you know, when you become at a leadership position, you can use this emotional things to run your business even in a better way. I really believe on that. Female leadership can manage and lead in a better way.
So, Your Excellency, you're referring to emotional intelligence and its importance toward boosting further development. But what are the current skills that needed for females to prove like they are the right caliber in what they're doing?
I believe no one can be in any senior level or a leadership position without having enough knowledge. So it's not chosen because she's only a female. She's chosen because she deserves to be there. She have enough knowledge. She have enough about the maritime sector. It's a male-dominant sector, so to be the right caliber to be a leadership on a certain area.
Thank you. Engineer Nawal Hanai, starting from where Excellency Hassa ends, management skills, confidence skills, emotional intelligence. So since you do handle the strategy and the future energy department at the ministry, tell us about the skills needed.
So definitely, as Her Excellency stated, in addition to the emotion intelligence and the management skills, also I think innovation and R&D, second and third row from employees, and therefore to be a true or a good leader, either and developing future energy or maritime as well strategies, it is very important to know that. So to identify the current situation, as I said, benchmarking, research and development, innovation, creativity, in addition to that, from the management skills, maybe we need also not the hard skills, but also the soft skills as well. So there is a lot when it comes to leadership, but it is very important, very crucial that all of us support everyone. And for female, it is always female support female. Like I was inspired by Her Excellency, and I was lucky to work with Her Excellency in the maritime sector before I joined the energy sector. So I'm grateful and I'm gratitude that I work with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Nawal. Noura. So, Engineer Nawal spoke about innovation and its importance as a needed skill for females in the industry. Since you do handle the community engagement and the Arab Academy, and one of your main missions is to make sure that the young professionals are properly qualified. So, how would you react to the skills that needed for women engagement in the industry?
Well, as everybody knows, ladies have empathy, something that we actually more famous for than the male gender. And I will not say that we have the best prospect in this one, but every industry needs to reach some type of maturity. And actually, we are providing that one through our empathy, through our communication. We have, most of the time, have different kind of perspective than what usually the male does. In the education sector, most of the guys look to, for example, for teaching these students, it's just, this is what you have to do, this is what you need to do. For the girls, it's totally different. This is how you do, and this kind of a speech for, the male gender actually helps a lot in, being part of this industry as well.
Shipping needs to be seen as diverse.
Weather industry is about to change. It's oil and gas, and it's dirty, but because the guys were sexist, sexist to worse people and everything that followed, something where you wonder as a professional, I think since the 80s, a lot has changed. We still have young women who don't feel comfortable going in an environment. I will never forget a young ship owner's daughter here. They're friends of my dad. So it's still the age gap, of course. If we get young talent in and we don't allow them to go out and to meet and to do their own network, but again, young people have changed so much. We have Oslo Young Ship, they are speaking up. I read recently from an HR point of view, if you don't, as a company, if you don't offer flexible working times, if you still run the old, you have to, they will leave the job, they will go somewhere else. So again, we have to go with the next generation. And that leads to your question now. There is the different maritime industries. You have onshore, you have offshore, you have banking, you have maritime, you have policies, you have governments. It's on that point where you want to start. One point is that is something where I think go to universities or go to schools. In universities, ladies have already made up their mind what they want to do, more or less. But start to attract a lot of talent, a lot of female talent, a lot. I would hope so. And I think with the general change of our industry, it will automatically come. We should hope so.
In your company, what skills do you pen and do you really prioritize before recruiting?
The year by LexisNexis Women in Law for our gender policies, equal pay bias, I admit that. If I have 2 equal support women, who else will? What I would expect is exactly when you make a colleague to be taken serious. You have to be better, you will have to work harder, you have to give, of course, the dedication to your job. If you love your job, we have fantastic lawyers. They might not have been the best exams or the best university degrees, but they love what they're doing. Can you figure it out in an interview? I haven't figured it out yet. You make mistakes. You employ wrong people sometimes, and we move them over from one department into the other department. That is something what I find personally quite exciting.
Perfect. Thanks, Jasmine. Unfortunately, the world still stands at 2% represents females working in the maritime industry. The number of women in maritime is still growing steadily. I see they're not growing anymore. We're still at the 2% since long time back. So, Michaela, how would you react to this?
Thank you. So I can speak from a regulatory and policy perspective. As my distinguished, for a great number of roles, it's not just offshore, it's not just as crew. From a European perspective, the numbers, and as DSG mentioned, the numbers is not an absolute goal and it's not the problem. What we're struggling with is seeing women in senior leadership posts. So speaking from been working on is setting up networks in order to have better policy coordination. And we're also looking at the next generation. As Her Excellency and as my colleagues pointed out, I think it's critical that we throw the ladder back down and we instruct and help and mentor younger women that are interested in the maritime sector. So we've set up mentorship schemes. We are also promoting maritime within universities, and now the next step is also to go for the younger generation, the younger cohort, and to speak the girls at school so that they take up STEM subjects. Because I think there's also an overlap here that we're seeing less girls, less women in STEM subjects. So it's quite a complex picture, and it's not just a matter of recruiting women if they've not taken up these STEM roles from when they were very young. I must also add that although, of course, women helping each other is critical, and we're working hard on that, I do have to thank all the male allies, and I see one of them here, His Excellency, my counterpart from Saudi. They have been really critical in supporting this initiative, because I think everyone agrees that in geographic...
If we want to attract more female calibers to the industry, we should work in collaboration between all the sectors to...
Awareness, and also I think role modeling and leadership, and I can really see in the Gulf, there's so much fantastic work being done here, and women of high caliber who serve as excellent role models. So I think one of the things we've discovered through our work with younger girls and also young women starting out is that they didn't know about certain jobs. They were not aware that there were international regulatory roles within maritime and that they overlap with diplomacy. That perhaps it never occurred to them that that there were female captains. So I think role modeling and showing the women and girls out there that look, there's already a lot of strong female role models occupying these posts is also really critical.
Thank you, Mahira. This takes us to our fourth truth of the day, which is you don't need to be a captain to be in maritime sector. And I'm quoting Her Excellency Hassa Al-Malik, because she has been always referring to this thing that we don't have to, females doesn't have to only occupy technical positions, yet they can excel also in other key strategy positions within different entities. I'd like to start with June commenting on this.
Hi, thank you, Afan. Thank you for inviting me to this panel with these wonderful ladies. I just wanted to say something. We women, also we are human, like men, okay? And I'm sure we all the men also, if you call them and ask them to sit here, did you have challenge coming up to this position? Of course you had, everybody. So why when I was in the industry, I didn't see any women in the leadership position. And the first person I saw after a few years, it was Jasmine, who was walking around, a young girl that time. And today when I look at the crowd here, this is an opportunity for all the ladies who can come and network here and find your own position. I believe in creating my own opportunity. When I look at the crowd, I see almost 80% men sitting here, not the ladies. Where are the ladies here? You should come here and network with people. And
maybe ladies should raise their hands in the hall.
How many ladies are here?
How many ladies do we have today?
Can I see how many ladies? 1, 2, I have seen less than 5 hands, whereas 6 of us left all of our work here, coming here and talking to support you all. So, if a lady or a man wanted to come to this leadership position, we have to have our own commitment to do that, an own passion, and create our own opportunity. And it wasn't easy for Her Excellency to reach this position, being an Emirati lady, and for Noura and for you. But you took that as your own commitment and own passion to come here. For the young ladies now, you have many people like us in the industry who can support you and bring you. So I wanted all the ladies to come here and network with people and show your commitment and show your passion for this one. That's all I would say. And we are nothing different from any men, because when I was working in the past organization, I used to work for a British company, and it wasn't easy for me to break the glass ceiling. I should have just left and gone, but because of the passion and the commitment, I had a lot of men around supporting me at that time to come up to this level. And of course, we are different looking than the men, so sometimes it's been taken in the different, I don't want to use the strong words, different angle or approach. But it's the end of the day how I manage that situation and how I handle that situation, how I earn my own respect and my own what do you call that, respect again. So at the end of the day, I would say we have to create our own opportunities. And compared to 3 decades, there are a lot of opportunities for us now. Even UAE government has announced last few years back, every board should have 1 female member. Mm-hmm. And this is a great opportunity for all the ladies. And how many of us are taking advantage of this situation? So I would say we have to create our own opportunity. We should have our own commitment. And if you are passionate about that, and then there's no end to it.
Thank you, June. Jasmine, we should create our own opportunities. We should have the proper dedication to join the industry, maintaining at least the minimum knowledge of what does the industry do. Back to the same comment of where do you see women in maritime? Women in maritime are not limited to only technical positions, yet you are representing the legal sector. So maybe you can share your experience about the profession that women should seek when they join maritime sector.
I think if you look at legal, if you look at banking, if you look at shipwalking, if you look at trading commodities, we have reached nearly 50% of women. There's a lot of ladies out there, but exactly as June was saying, as June and I, we ran into each other some 20 years ago, and really it was like a handful of us. But it wasn't. There were hundreds of women here, but we wouldn't know of them because we would not see them. And indeed, it was in our organization. You know what? There's one experience we got in our women association with their supervisor. This is a very good event. There's a government support. I would say you can really help. Guys, that's really on us women. But maybe just to send women in our organization to send to your event. So I looked at him and said, could you change that? He said, yeah, I could. Chris, I will ask you later if you have changed that by now. And look at the ladies and gents. That would be amazing.
Captain or an engineer to join the maritime industry.
Regarding something, anything, and you want to start your career on it, definitely you'll find like a bridge between this passion and the maritime sector. So if you join both passion together, maritime with any other passion, you could be even on health, for example. So it's, you know, the maritime sector, it's a very comprehensive sector. So where there's like 100 or thousands of job opportunity for male and female. So there's an equal opportunity between both of them at this sector. No need to be a captain, no need to be an engineer, but definitely you'll find like a link between whatever you like and the maritime sector. And there's a huge demand on this sector. So definitely you will have, you know, the things that make you success even faster than any other sector, because of the need and the support that you definitely will have it from the government and the legislation here in UAE. We're fortunate that our leadership, they really support female. You know that 50% of our parliament are female. We have 7 female minister. At our ministry, I think 60% or 70% of the employee are female. So government are really, they really support female, but they have to know exactly what's their passion and where they want to work on, and definitely they will find their opportunity at the maritime sector.
Perfect. Noel, I see you want to comment about this thing, especially you're representing different sectors. Actually, you do handle different sectors: energy, land, urban planning, maritime, oil and gas. So since you do handle the diverse sectors within the ministry, what would be your advice, or how do you see what's needed in order to like erase this misperception about women and technical?
So one part, like my colleague said, it is awareness. Where we should focus on not only college students, but also maybe the grades from, the future generation, or the smaller grades in schools, that we will aware them that there is a maritime sector, there is such a jobs, a future jobs, not only any job. What is the future job in this sector, and start marketing for this maritime sector. The other part is, as all of my colleagues and distinguished panelists said, it is a passion. I didn't know anything about maritime when I joined them eight months ago. But when I started this work and started with a role model and a real leadership, I love this sector. So if you find a true leader that encourages you to learn more and search for what is the words or the basic information about the maritime, how it works, what is the jargon that they are using. It is different. So it was not an easy job for me at the beginning, but once I learned it, I catch up very fast. And thank goodness I was handling a national KPIs, not only strategic KPIs for the country itself. So it is a passion as well.
Thank you, Noel. Unfortunately, the media has played a significant role in try to mislead the entire crowd about the being amazed with the fact we are the first females, we are the first whatever engineers in the world, which is not the case, because getting the degree is only the first step. But in order to pursue a successful maritime career, it's a long journey. It's not just about getting the degree and that's it. It's a continuous cycle of learning. Takes us to our fifth truth for today, which is some of the empowered females are not actually qualified, or maybe they have passed the first stage to be technically qualified, but they're still lacking a lot of skills to be a main contributor to the industry. I want to start with Jasmine because this is a bit controversial when it comes to how do you see the current females, are they the current required caliber to be a contributor to the industry?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask, because I find all juniors who are coming out of university dumb as heck. Sorry. I'm sure we were as stupid as they are as we joined, and we just didn't realize it. I don't make any, honestly, I can't see a difference between male and female. It's not a gender. Certain people pick it up very quickly, others, it takes them longer. I find what Hessa said in the beginning, you read a lot of books now about emotional intelligence. What is in the end just something what you can call empathy, what women have. Again, in the 80s, we women were told, in order to make it, you need to be like the guys. What we understood now, it would be a pity if all of us would be like the guys, isn't it? Because we would take a lot what we add to the industry. Nobody wants to work in an all-male or all-female office. The mixture, that's the good thing in the pudding there. So it's whether women lack, I don't think that is...
In other words, do they see them, they have access to the proper education, the proper training in order to enhance their skills?
Yeah, of course. Honestly, definitely, at least for Europe, I can say, of course. And we have it now for the past 20 years, we would have more female graduates leaving universities than male graduates. The potential is there. I can only speak for the European side of the world. I'm not exactly know how it works on the other side. I just assume. Of course, there are areas where it's still very hard for women even to go to school, but it is there. The choice is there. The question is again, why would I, as a woman, want to join maritime? I joined it because I come from Hamburg, and in Hamburg, maritime is in our DNA. So it's not something what is just off the chart, and we don't understand it because it's in the middle. The port is in the middle of our city, or it used to be at least. Now it's far outside the container terminal. So it's just we can do tourist. There are the little tourist barges who do tours into the harbor. That is maybe something, but now with ISPS, everything, normal people don't see shipping. If you say you are a maritime journalist, people will say, yachts? Dhows? Yeah. They don't understand. You speak about a container vessel or a bulk carrier. How would normal people understand what that actually is? Because we are quite a closed community. But again, that works for both, male, female. I wouldn't make a difference. I'm not sure how that is.
Michaela, so commenting on Jasmine's points, how can we make sure that the current empowered females are literally qualified?
Referring to Jasmine's point, I can also speak from a European perspective, and we see that girls tend to outperform their male counterparts in standardized tests. We have more female graduates across the board in almost all disciplines. So I don't think that we're lacking the hard skills, but I would go back to the earlier topic of discussion, and when we're talking about soft skills. And I think that there's more that can be done there in order to assist women and girls with building their soft skills. And I think as well, nurturing ambition and perseverance and resilience. I think that a certain amount of grit is required across the board with men and women. But I think even explaining that sometimes you need to put yourself forward and mentoring and also making our networks available to them. So I'm not really concerned about the hard skills because these tests are standardized nowadays. Universities see to that. But I think that there's more work that can be done on the soft skills for sure.
So Michaela referred to the soft skills, dedication, ambition. Your Excellency, how do you react on what's needed to be done to make sure that the current empowered females are really qualified to develop and to contribute positively to the sector?
Actually, it's not for only female or male. You know, first of all, they have to realize that they are not qualified enough. If they realize, they will work on it. They will start, you know, having, even if they need some courses, even the soft skills won't work if they don't realize that they really need to improve their skills. Male or female are the same.
Irrespective to gender, of course.
Yeah, so first of all, they have to realize, stop, you know, just glorying female and you deserve to be there without being assured that she have enough knowledge, she have enough skills to run such position. You know, I'm glad to be chosen from 100 candidates, male and female, because I deserve to be here, not to be chosen because I'm the only female and they want to empower female. It's not that. It's not like that. I have to work hard. I always feel that females, mostly in an Arab world, like turtles, always have like a limitation on her movement because of the family, society, knowledge, even the sector here, the maritime sector, you know, there's some restriction. Always she have this huge shell and she have to move with it. It's not like males. They run like a rabbit.
A little bit conservative in the way they think or perceive.
No, effort. It's you know, the very famous story regarding the race between rabbit and turtles. So the turtles she beat at the end because she have a smaller steps, but she was working on it, you know, continuously. She have no rest. She's dedicated to it, and she's also deal with it in a smart way because she have two twins that they like run a third of the race, and she was very clever to win the race. While males, they have all the empowerment they need. They run like a rabbit, bigger steps, faster, but if they miss the direction and miss the motivation to be in a certain position, they won't want it. The turtle will want it, as it happens. So I think female need to work more because, you know, at the end of the day, I have my family, I have my kids, I have to take care of them. I have my social life. Even, you know, females, they have a lot of things to do regarding social life. You know, you ladies, how often we met? I think it's we took like a month to meet again. So we have more things to think and to deal with than free, full speed male on a certain sector.
True. Noel, we're not going to run at full speed, as she mentioned, but there's still like some way of changing females, or irrespective of the gender perception to the sector itself. How would you react on it?
So I cannot add more than whatever Her Excellency says. She covered everything actually, but it is perception, as you said. You know, you have to know what is your gap, what is your, what do you miss, what is there to be upgrading your skills on this one. You have to realize what is the skills needed to pursue the targeted position that you are aiming for. Otherwise, it will not happen.
True. Thanks, Engineer Noel. Unfortunately, Engineer Noel will have to leave due to further commitments. We'd really love to have you till the end of the panel.
Thanks a lot.
Please join me with a round of applause to Engineer Noel. June, do we need to run like lions or move like turtles?
I think touching a little bit on Her Excellency mentioned that females, we have additional responsibility in the family and we are committed to the family more. One thing I wanted to address is, in this part of the world, mostly when women have children, some of them decided to take some time off. We didn't do that, so I didn't face that challenge in my life. I know a few women, they have stopped working for 1 or 2 years. They come back and apply for a job. And so the 2 years gap is taken as a very negative point on their CVs, which is very wrong, I would say. I addressed this in earlier also. I would request the people who are in the position to hire female, when they have a break to take care of their kids and they come up after 2 years or 4 years or 5 years, I want to come back to join, that 5 years is not a gap which you shouldn't take in as a negative. You should add that as a positive and positive point and hire those people first. I always say, if career oriented to address. I've seen this many times. Or what do you do, 2 years, or you didn't work for 2 years, or you lost that experience, so start from the beginning again, which is something we need to address, I would say. On the other hand, the attract more women into maritime industry. Yes, maritime industry was seen as the male-dominated, everybody is male. When I joined marine industry about 3 decades back, when I said I wanted to go out and sell, first question they said, will you survive in this male industry? But it is a nice industry, marine industry. Once you come into the industry, you don't want to leave. It's a very closely knitted, traditional, lovely industry because we know each other, and it's whoever comes in, they don't want to leave. I'm not a marine person. I came to the industry, I don't want to leave. I said I will work throughout my life here. So this kind of message should go to the young woman in the industry. I think more and more awareness is, we have to find a way to attract awareness as Noura said, probably we should start from the colleges and schools in this how the industry is and attract more female into the industry. And also the organizations have great diversity and inclusion scheme, so we should bring them into that industry, and that's what I would say. And I said in my office there's a young girl who is working as a customer support. She came and told me, June, I wanted to do some higher studies. And it's like any other men. So when one of my sales manager came and said, I want to do MBA, I said, okay, do it at this time, which is good. So I asked her, yes, that's a great thing, what do you wanted to do? She said, I would like to do something to do with law. Then I asked, I thought she may tell me I want to do an MBA or marketing or what. I said, why? She said, June, we don't have an in-house lawyer. For any single advice, I'm sure Jasmine may not like this, she may lose business. Every single law advice, I have to go to a law firm to ask everything. She said, if I do some law, I may have a great opportunity in the organization. I was stunned and I really liked it. And I said, yes, go for it. And I will make sure you will get this. So these are the kind of people we should have in the organization and industry. And that's what I would say. No. Okay.
Speaking about the right caliber and people like what June referred to, and since Noura, you represent the Arab Academy here, what is the role of maritime education to making sure that the next generation of maritime professionals having access to the proper environment, proper education and training?
As we said before, raising awareness plays a huge part in this industry. Actually, the future generation till now, they don't have enough information about the marine sector. They don't know our past, even though we are the grandsons of Ahmad bin Majid. Nobody knows that. It's just a name that actually rings, but nobody knows about it anything. So it's just the awareness that we're trying to raise during, for the moment, for the college students. And we are trying as well to do the same for the lower grades, from primary grades to the secondary as well. The Academy has already started having, of course, with the cooperation of the Ministry of Energy, they already launched cartoon characters for the first maritime male and female characters as well, which helps a lot in actually attracting youngsters to the marine, to know more about it, to actually ask, to call. Any questions, we are always there, but still we need more effort to do, to put in this industry as well. It's not just from the colleges, not just from the Ministry of Energy, as well the maritime company, newer generation.
Thank you, Noura. Coming to the conclusion of our session, I'd like to confirm that we have passed the stage of empowerment. We are nowadays need to stress on some informative pillars that needs to be there irrespective of gender, such as the accessibility to the right education and training, the ability to create the proper environment for maritime professionals, and last but not least, creating the proper. We're going to join the world to celebrate the first International Day for Women in Maritime on the 18th of May, which is an initiative by the International Maritime Organization to making sure that women and the right qualified women are getting international recognition. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was the rest, come on, tell me. Shipping is vital to global trade and economy and becoming a global imperative and priority for governments across the globe alike. The industry is on the roadmap to decarbonization and net zero emissions, fulfilling its commitment to a sustainable future. Into 2008 to depths. The shipping industry, however, with its clear perception on its responsibility to the environment, is determined to adapt and sail long distances, ensuring a sustainable future for the generations to come. Our next panel discussion will reflect on how well equipped our shipping industry is to face the decarbonization challenge. To start the discussion, I request our moderator, Mr. Chris Greenwood, Director, Regional Business Development, Middle East and Africa from ABS, to kindly join us on stage. We request you, sir, to kindly take over the session.
All right, I'm afraid I'm not as strong as Efat, so I'm going to sit down if you don't mind. All right, so I'm just going to briefly introduce the rest of the panelists. First up is Abdul Bari Al-Zubaydi, the Senior Vice President of Ship Management for ADNOC Logistics and Services. He looks deep in conversation, but I hope he's going to hear me in a second. Abdul Bari, can you join me on stage? Sorry. Next up is Chris Curtin, the MD of ITM. If you wouldn't mind joining us, Chris. Okay, fantastic. My apologies. And then we have Girish Menon, the MD for Ares Marine Engineering, if you wouldn't mind joining us. And then finally, last but not least, Jamil Al-Ali, Manager of Projects at KOTC. Thank you very much. Now I heard that Jamil is wearing an ABS tie today, so I'm gonna have to be soft on him, I think. To the audience, please don't be shy. If you've got any questions, please do speak up. The more engaged you are, the more interesting this will be. So without further ado, I think we'll get stuck in. There was a nice introduction. We're going back to the decarbonisation discussion today. We've got a range of participants today, from ship owners, managers, operators, marine engineering. We were meant to have Captain Radu from Dubai Dry Docks, but unfortunately he's unwell today, so he hasn't been able to join us. If anybody's feeling particularly brave and wants to join in, come up here. I'm sure we can get another chair. So we'll start with Abdul Bari, if you don't mind. I was hoping you could start by telling us about ADNOC L&S's perspective on the alternative fuels that you're looking at. Do your plans vary by vessel type or by trading route?
Okay. I'll start just
Please.
Okay. I'll start just with a brief, just to have more understanding in the decarbonization. It's more to do with the major landscaping to the maritime industry. So the understanding has to be there, being a journey. So it's not a plug-and-play solution, similarly done with the ballast water management or etc. Software, hardware installment on our vessels, followed by further data collection, where those data had been analyzed, building up individual vessels' operation profile. By collecting this and analyzing, we start choosing the most suitable options in a retrofit to modify our vessel to deliver the best optimization. Later on, basically looking at the future, we have considered the new building with the transitional fuel as an LNG. However, there is an alternative fuels, ammonia, hydrogen, name it. Because it has to do more with the availability of that fuel, the infrastructure availability, plus the technology within the maker and the readiness of the concept approval, etc. So choosing the fuel has to be built up in a certain criteria. Those has to be evaluated based on the understanding of the operator on the pattern. trend of those vessels. So understanding the operation profile for that vessel, an individual vessel has to be there.
Very good, thank you. I think that ties in quite nicely with the previous comments that there's no silver bullet, right? It's kind of a case by case. We have to do techno-economic studies and so on. Chris, moving on to you, if you don't mind, maybe you could tell us a little bit about what V Group is doing as you look at future fuels and what steps are being taken to get there.
Well, V Group is in partnership with the Maersk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Decarbonization in Copenhagen, where we're participating in the assessment and testing of future fuels. I think everybody's aware that Maersk, as an operator, came out very heavily on the side of methanol. But that's not the whole picture. They are looking at everything else, in particular, a lot of the things we've discussed today, the hydrogen, ammonia, and also the biofuels, which are being largely seen as a transitory step to decarbonization. And you know, where we've heard a lot today, and we're in the situation where a lot of people are building dual fuel vessels for LNG. But as Chris Peters quite rightly pointed out, the Middle East doesn't even have an LNG bunker barge yet. So while we've been talking about LNG as a step down the decarbonization route, we still don't have the infrastructure in place to actually support ships. So there's a large, from what I'm seeing, there's a large amount of ship owners who are building vessels now, or building them dual fuel ready. They're not necessarily making them dual fuel because the LNG infrastructure is lagging behind, it's years behind. We actually manage within the V Group, we manage an LNG bunkering vessel. And it's working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And that's in the port of Marseille. That was originally put in place for bunkering container ships. But the infrastructure around the rest of the world is not there yet. And I don't know, I think we're reaching a little bit far ahead into what the full carbon zero prospects are and the opportunities without actually fully taking on board the fact that, yes, we're going to go green, but we're going to be brown and black for quite a long time. So the transition period with LNG as a fuel moving forward to maybe whatever the future is, which again is a complication, I think it's going to be a lot longer than a lot of people envisage.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the conditions for success are quite numerous, right? There's a lot of jigsaw pieces that have to be in place for us to get there.
Well, the other thing as well, I think the title of this, Sail or Sink, is apt because the changes we're going to be seeing technically for operating ships is similar to when we went from sail power to engine power. It's a massive leap. And that's a situation that there needs to be clarity within the industry about where we're going. I mean, Ibrahim was talking about WinGD are very much in favor of ammonia. And as Chris Peters pointed out, we all know ammonia is really nasty stuff. So I think there needs to be a lot more cross-industry collaboration between ship owners, shipbuilders, engine manufacturers, CLAS, IMO, IAX, everybody, and the training centers, because we're forgetting we're talking technically, but the main thing to me, and this is the human element, we've got to train people. We've got to have the right people on board the ships. We've got to have the right people in the offices to run them. And that, I think, is that's also even further lagging behind. Because until somebody comes out and says, yes, we're definitely going to go down the ammonia route or we're going to go down the hydrogen route, that's not going to come into place. Great concern about having the right people with the right training in the right place.
I'm going to come back to your point about training because I've got a question on it, if you don't mind. Jamil, I'll move over to you if you don't mind. So, as Chris just rightly mentioned, LNG is looked at as a transition fuel or a fuel in transition, as I think was mentioned earlier. What about looking at it slightly differently? So there was references made to carbon capture on various discussions today. If we get carbon capture right, Do you think there's an argument for maintaining existing fuels and just relying on carbon capture?
Yeah, I think that would be ideal from a ship owner's perspective, because you would have to do the minimum change to achieve the goal. But as I understand, the issue with carbon capture is that what do you do with it once you've captured it? How do you store it? How do you transport it? What do you do with it next? And we had some possibility of using cryogenics to contain it, and some type of balloon type of containment system, and then you're dumping it in the sea. So there's a lot of unknown areas, I think, surrounding carbon capture that still carbon capture as a technology, I understand, is possible, but it's what you do after you capture it. So it's very hypothetical, but I think from a ship owner's perspective, if you could remain on the current technologies and just have this magic box in the funnel capturing all the CO2, then I think that would be great, because it will give owners the confidence to go ahead and place orders for new ships and not worry too much about what's coming next, because as we say, none of us have a crystal ball, so and nobody wants to in shipping to speculate. Everybody wants to know how they're going to trade their vessel before they place a firm order for a vessel.
Good, thank you. Garish, I haven't been avoiding you. I'm going to come to you now if you don't mind. So Jamil mentioned that various ship owners are doing different things, and you and your organization are working with a range of various ship owners. I wondered if you could tell me what sort of activities are you performing for them? How are you assisting them in meeting these decarbonization challenges?
Hi. Yeah, that seems to be working. Thanks, Chris. So as we have seen from most of the speakers today, there are a whole lot of solutions that people are presenting as the silver bullet towards decarbonization. There could be ammonia, there could be hydrogen. That's the long-term prospects. Then there are short-term solutions like fitting some ALS or some wind-assisted propulsion. So, and data-driven digitalization. There are a lot of solutions that are being put forward. Many of them are in the concept stage. Some of them are in the pilot project stage. So many different solutions are being put forward to ship owners and operators as the solution for the decarbonization question. So we can see that in this whole lot of confusion, there has to be something that the ship owners have to adopt at this stage as a short-term thing. It could be a single solution, something like EPL, which is very straightforward, shaft power limitation or something like that. And plus, there has to be some installation of energy-efficient technologies, energy-saving devices has to be installed. So it could be a combination of many things that the ship owners and operators have to adopt for an interim solutions. So where a consultancy or an engineering company like ourselves, we come in is that we offer this comparative studies and feasibilities and practical aspects of the actual installations on board. And then for some solutions, there are multiple makers who come in with similar sort of solutions. So sort of comparative studies and feasibility studies have to be performed. So that's the way that we are presently coming into the picture and assisting most of the ship owners with.
Great, thank you. Abdul Bari, I'll move back to you if you don't mind. Jamil rightly mentioned carbon capture as a decarbonization option. Obviously, there are disadvantages, there are advantages to it, and one of the disadvantages is the effect on deadweight, in terms of the equipment itself affecting the deadweight of the vessel. Do you think that's an acceptable sacrifice to make in terms of the amount of emissions that are being reduced as a result of having a carbon capture unit on board?
It's very hard to tell, especially the technology is established, and also carbon capture will be the adequate solution, okay, for 2030 up to 2050, but within the market, each vessel category is a good room for improving the overall. So the concept approval is not yet, I would say, materialized, and the feedback over the age of the vessel and the capitalization and the expectation.
Whether it's carbon capture, different types of fuels, nobody wants to be the first to sort of jump in feet first. Everybody wants to be fast followers. Apart from, what will be required for them for the future fuels, these alternative fuels that they'll be using, whichever one it is?
That's difficult to answer. And the reason it's difficult to answer is because I don't know, as a ship manager, what the fuels will be in use on the ships that I'm going to manage in the future. Which was why I'll body or organization that looks at this from the point of view of what we're actually going to be doing. Now, if I look at it from a ship manager's point of view, and I have 3 or 4 different owners, and they all go down a different route. You know, one might be using biofuels, one might use ammonia, who are going on board those ships, and the people within the organization who are operating the ships. I've got to look at what training we have to do for that. And the big problem we have at the moment is that with many flag states about what constitutes proper training for officers on board ships to be running ships that are dual fuel, actually LNG ships, which is fair enough. But it has to be agreed, and at the moment we're working with a couple of flag states and organizations to try and come up with a full training plan for our officers for LNG. But this is taking a long time. As I mentioned before, LNG still hasn't been there. So the question has to be is, what comes first? What comes first has to be an owner saying, okay, we're going to go down the ammonia route. How can we set up, or how are we a very long way away from that? Very long way. From the point of view, and ultimately from the point of view of safety and environmental training. I know we were talking that LNG and the world population has moved on, and there's a lot more pressure to move more quickly. But how can we move? Never going to get there.
From the audience over what we've discussed so far? Yes, please, we've got one.
Yes, marine industry is to this pollution are applicable to the industries outside.
Sorry, I didn't get that. What was that?
Could you repeat that second question for
Are
us?
we implementing these regulations for the industries other than marine?
But certainly the airline industry, for example. I mean, you know, we know that those similar rules exist. Go on. Please.
That's true, but I think the comment from Chris Peters about would you fly in a plane that was powered by ammonia, and nobody put their hands up. I think that answers the question of the distrust.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, whilst the marine industry is heavily regulated, you already hear about the likes of Shell and BP expecting scope 1, 2, and 3 emission certificates for all of their suppliers. Like every single partner they have. So even at the peripheries of industry, I think it's an inevitability more than anything, I think. Any other questions at the moment?
Thank you.
Please, Ibrahim.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think very good insights from all the panelists. Just back again to what Chris has said, marine industry or shipping contributing to this kind of emission by 2 to 3%, this is true. And we're still yet getting the most blame from all the authorities and regulation. I don't know why. I mean, I mentioned once before in one of my presentations that the livestock in New Zealand putting emission to the atmosphere, especially methane slip, okay? Maybe as 10 times as the Marine is doing, and nobody has mentioned anything about that. So anyway, I mean, having said that, of course, I mean, all of us are very conscientious in the Marine. I know we are very professional to reduce this, but back again to the question, why are we getting the blame for this in the Marine and ship?
Are you facing the most significant challenge?
Yeah, hi. Got it right. Okay, so generally, recently a lot of queries have come in for us from concerned owners of LNG vessels, especially vessels with LNG vessels, turbine-driven LNG vessels. Those seem to be having the most sort of issues in complying with the EEXI regulations because of the amount of EPL that they are required to face, maybe 67, 70, 72%, and then bulkers. These are the main types of vessels. And then there are also all these sort of short-term solutions that are there in the market. They are also suited to a particular type of vessels. For example, something like air lubrication systems, they go mostly with vessels that travel faster. So they're not good for tankers. Some other systems, something like a wind-assisted propulsion, they cannot be installed on that easily on container vessels because of the space requirements. So all the solutions that are coming up also seem suited to a particular type of vessels. Chris here was talking about different types of fuels and different owners coming up with different types of solutions. But here we have a lot of solutions which are ship-specific also. So it's a big challenge because we finally have some solutions which are good for containers, some solutions which are good for tankers, another set of solutions which are good for LNG carriers. So that's a sort of challenge that somebody like us as a consultant, we are also facing in giving the right advice to the owners.
Yeah, every option is customizable, right? Every solution is customized. Jamil, I'll come back to you if you don't mind. We've talked about the regulations. Everybody knows, generally speaking, what the various options are, specifically with regards to CII. Now, there's a legislative element to it that is yet to be clarified, but I think there's also a charterers element to it. So you look at CAP, for example, most major charterers won't accept anything other than a CAP 1. Do you anticipate the same type of approach being pushed by charterers that, for example, they wouldn't charter vessels outside the ABC bracket?
I think market-based measures like similar to CAP, where charterers will dictate their terms, especially depending on how the market is at the time. If there's a surplus of vessels, then charterers will have more freedom to, as a policy, will say we don't look at vessels above 20 years of age. Now, a vessel above 20 years of age might be a CAP 1 rating, but by the likely that market-based measures, if flag state is not able to police, then the market itself, market-based measures are likely to kick in, where the charter will say, unless you are of this standard, I'm not interested in chartering your vessel.
I know it's a bit of a contentious subject, but any comments from anybody else on that subject?
Yeah, I think it's. I think we've already got this situation. There's already at least a two-tier market, from what I can see, and possibly a three-tier market, because the charter will go for the most economic vessel that he can possibly get. So it's incumbent upon the ship managers and the owners to make sure that all vessels are competitive, which is why there's a large interest in a lot of the efficiency measures, whether that be air lubrication or Meris ducts or anything like that. There's a large interest in that. Where there isn't an interest is from charterers to pay for it.
Yeah.
They will say, well, why do we need to? We can go out into the market and we can choose the most efficient vessel we have. So I think there's already at least a two-tier market, if not a three-tier market.
I'd just like to add to that. I totally agree with what Chris said. But when it comes to reducing fuel consumption and hence reducing emissions and the greenhouse gases, with our fleet, KTC's fleet on time charter to our parent company KBC, you know, so the charter is picking up the fuel tab. But if you look a little bit deeper, we realize that we're actually indirectly paying for it because the end of the day, if you're able to bring consumption down, your charter rate goes up. So, you know, I think it's on the surface, charter's paying for the fuel, but actually it's the owner who's paying, you know, because it's deducted from our revenue in a way. So,
owner always pays, Jamal.
Yes, and the difference with such legislation, if we compare it with ballast water treatment, okay, we all have to do our part for the environment to be good global citizens, but there is just a capital expense and then more operating expense. Whereas when it comes to this dilemma, at least if you spend money, you get something back. You get a payback time. So you do a retrofit, make your vessel more efficient. You can calculate, you know, the payback time. So you recover those funds. However, when it comes to, you know, the ballast water, you pay and then you keep paying for the life of the vessel. So, but there's nothing comes back. So there is where ship owners really feel the burden of being a good global citizen, and there it's more of a matter of you will be made to comply, whereas here there is an incentive at least for ship owners.
We saw that for the scrubber installation phase where
coming out of the IMO. This subject is a nine in Ukraine in some sense. I don't want to put you in a tight spot. Obviously, as we've seen from Chris's presentation, the markets over the last month, 3 months, 6 months have been in Ukraine as it's going to affect your business without putting yourself in a tight spot. Maybe Abdul Barra, we could start with you. I know you've got some LNG carriers, Moss-type LNG carriers that are coming towards the end of their operating life. Has the situation, whether it's in the last month or the last 3 months, vessels?
Actually, with regard to the legacy LNG we have, those vessels had been already partnered with an opportunity for the FSU and FSRU business. Even extending the life of those vessels beyond the port compatibility is very much challenging, getting very close to the 30 years. But yes, we have already planned them for a different opportunity. But it is going to be challenging on the LNG market, especially with the increase in the demand and the daily rate. And we can see from the okay. So I think the maritime industry is very much starving for the LNG vessels.
Any other comments from the rest of you? I saw Brent crude was $139 a barrel this morning. Any provisional thoughts on the impact on your organizations?
I think, you know, even as a, you know, oil-producing country, that's revenue is revenue is based on oil. You know, it's not very diverse. Is basically oil and oil alone. But still, it is this high oil price of above $100 is detrimental to us, since we export oil and we import everything else. So I think, you know, hence OPEC, for example, has no intention to drive up prices above $100. The more sustainable prices maybe...
You just mentioned the correct word there is sustainability, both in the sense of decarbonisation, but also... Right.
I think the owners are looking forward on the a new building. Very much challenging to define the way of a compliance going to the decarbonization as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, Chris, you and trying it. Questions from the audience that we can take? Yeah, Ibrahim, go ahead.
Once again, thank you very much. My question at that as well, as part of the decarbonization for them, so we don't get carrier in one of the Scandinavian country for the last. So what do you think in order to enhance carbon capture here in our area? What is the role of green loans and banking finance? Because this kind of projects, as I said from experience, it has been slowed down because of finance. It's some kind of a political driven projects because it's not profit and loss, if you know what I mean. So Engineer Abdel Bari, I think he mentioned something about that, and Jamil Al-Ali as well. Thank you very much.
So the question was on green financing for carbon capture.
In order for the R&D to finance such projects that, you know, potentially everybody can benefit from, you know, the ones who finance it, bottom line alone. So I think only governments have the urge to think strategically, you know, I mean, when it comes to funding such projects.
I think venues like Shiptek, conferences like our Shiptek, where the whole spectrum of the shipping industries and the ministry here, so that Scandinavian countries, which is extensively a lot of grants, and Europe also, a lot of such funds are existing. So this is something that we should implore the Shiptek organizers also to come together and put forward some sort of proposal.
It's a collaboration at the end of the day. It's not only the regulator, ship owners, customs, at each stage, how we can extend the support. So that support will basically event the wheel, and we can move toward our target much easier. By this, you have to basically differentiate in between normal compliance, going back to the question raised earlier. What does it make it as a different for the ship owners being categorized or rated A or C? Both can comply. So delivering support will encourage. We can make it, you know, different just by the collaboration. So it opens a huge topics. Having the experiment, the capitalization on the carbon capture basically as a technology, it opens a gate even for the other technologies available already. But the idea is how to deliver the overall target of the 2050.
And I think that ties quite nicely back into the comments made earlier by various people that, you know, societal expectations are rightly so getting more stringent, right? As general stakeholders in companies, society's expectations of the organizations that they're looking to invest in are becoming higher, and therefore securing finance, securing capital for new projects is getting increasingly challenging. And if you don't demonstrate that ESG compliance or a focus on ESG, and this ties back into ICV, it ties back into the UN Sustainable Development Goals, all of these things go hand in hand. And you mentioned the word ecosystem. I think that's a perfect description for the fact that there's so many moving parts, there's so many pieces of the puzzle, that all of those things need to be considered in order for us to move towards that decarbonized industry that we're all trying to achieve. I think that just about wraps it up. Is there any comments, questions from anybody else before we finish? Oh, there's one at the back. I can't see who it is, I'm afraid. Is that Jagmeet?
Hello. Yeah, I'm Naveen. My question is, one of the most effective measures to reduce the carbon footprint alluded to by most in terms of you having to do more sorties of more vessels being required. But if you look at the anchorage, you see a whole lot of vessels lying there waiting. So I assume what's happening is vessels are steaming at full speed and then coming and just waiting at the anchorage. So does it make sense to do more research and look at improving the queuing efficiency at anchorages so that you either eliminate or reduce the waiting time there, so that the effect of the reduction in speed doesn't result or doesn't have a negative effect on the number of sorties the vessel has to do? To put it in numerical terms, if a vessel was now doing 10 knots and then coming and waiting at the anchorage for several hours or maybe days, if there was no waiting at the anchorage, she could very well do 8 knots. And as a naval architect, I know that when you reduce the power by 50%, you only lose maybe 25% in terms of speed. So is that a low-hanging fruit to achieve quick results in terms of reducing the carbon footprint? I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Who would like to give that one a shot? Go ahead.
Okay, it's a very good point. Understanding basically the collaboration in between the whole chain is very important. I would totally agree. Understanding each owner, the operation profile is very important. Choosing the right speed over the EPL, this is, I trust this is defined already. So creating a window between compliance and either super slow steaming, okay, that will leave you with a different technical challenges within your engine, which might require derating if it's applicable or not. But looking at the whole chain, I would totally agree with you. Waiting on the anchorage is very much challenging for a certain owners. But defining the laycan, understanding the waiting period, and adjusting the speed, having the clear understanding of the pattern, okay, and communication might resolve that matter. I wish I answered your question.
Yes, very much. Thank you.
All right. I think we'll call it quits there. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope it's beneficial. Thank you, gents, for joining me. Next year we'll have a woman on the stage. All right? Promise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
That was an interesting take on the decarbonization. Abdul Hadi Al Ramadan, Strategic Planning Specialist from Transport General Authority, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to kindly join me on stage to present the certificates to the moderator and our panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. First, I invite Mr. Chris Greenwood, Director, Regional Business Development, Middle East and Africa, ABS, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please. He's our esteemed moderator. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Abdul Bari Al-Zubaidi, Senior Vice President Shipping, ADNOC LNS, to please accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Christopher Curtin, MD, International Tanker Management, ITM, to kindly join me on stage to accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Jamil Al-Ali, Manager Projects and Marine Agency Branch Group, KOTC, to kindly join me on stage to accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. He is our esteemed panelist. Thank you, sir. Finally, I invite Mr. Girish Menon, Managing Director, Ares Marine and Engineering Services, to kindly join me on stage and receive our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir, and thank you so much for your support. So I request you to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of our first day of conference. We hope you had an exceptionally informative session today. Next, to recognize and cheer for some of the exceptional achievements and contributions by the best organizations and personalities, we have the much-awaited award ceremony, the Shiptek International Awards 2022. The award ceremony will begin by 6:30 p.m. May I request everyone to move towards the foyer area. Thank you so much.